Oh gosh. Yes. Oh yeah. So much. Yeah. Good. I was been going around seeing just human time and how to present and what they could possibly be doing in terms of having
Light eyes.
essentially you want people to relax and do technology. So I've been told that you must collaborate on all the different applications that your technology can apply to. And how you can advance your technology and what are the problems you're solving. And also how your technology can not only be applied to space but Earth as well. Like if they're doing like a surveillance system through planets, but how they can minimize that and you have surveillance systems for water, for buildings, for agriculture, so like you can there's so many different applications. I think one group is looking at how to detect ghosts, which is unrealistic, right? But like, okay, you're not looking at the application for ghosts. You're building this technology which is sensing, but you must elaborate on all the different applications you can, ones that are practically realistic. So yeah, but in terms of actual communication skills and in constructing your presentation, that's all. Yeah, working on it till 10. I'll just let them know in 20 minutes we have a. you can get set up. Yeah, it'll be.
You specify how you want. We need a range though. If it needs significant propulsion. Escape velocity. That's about as is that enough for it to go? Or is it going to use its own propulsion to get there and return?
So what you need to do is give it enough velocity to escape Earth orbit, give a little bit of excess, and then it should be able to.
So what I was reading is other things as well. What they do is you back off other things. So if they need a sense of line, like they can sense it. What that means, I don't know.
And that's it?
Yeah.
Freaking like the waves, you know I'm dragging like an ocean storm. My vision is flying in my mind. Shoulders rising
Don't go on the boundary, so we can. Don't go on the minimum, so we can No, I mean like.
Hey, Rachel, you
You can do the back or flat.
Yeah, that is the challenge. It says consider
What is that? This challenge builds on this compared to two platforms down.
living on top.
Just to make it.
Breaking lots of waves, you know I'm driving like
And then we can basically choose to be funded, and then just the interest each sign out the general interest in the funded. And the determine that robotic imaging sites will be like visual imaging of spacecraft. Your robotic camps have will return to the host spacecraft. NASA's Spheres program on the International Space Station is envisioned for this very purpose. So we need to base our talk around that.
Yes, spheres.
That was one of the links. So the key thing here is either it says either scientific or with general interest to the public.
Yeah.
So would there be
public?
so would there be a way to live relay that?
Yeah, Facebook.
No, well, like we can say we're going to plan out a website so we can look at these things, or like we could even like just say a preliminary outside. This is filter like it's like you like the Swedish now, liquids. Something like that, or like it pops up with people's feeds and then it can say, yeah, so this way users can get involved. Yeah, like what do you want to involve users? So like, I think if we think technically if we been in the international recreation. That would be all the time as well. So by so
They already paid that.
yeah, community engagement is also they're probably not just like a way to get everyone connected at the same time. Maybe like a thing where it pops up and except
Could you say you can advertise potential live stream? Yeah, this video.
What's
Live updates.
who's viewing it from what country and whatnot.
Yeah, like, you know, it's kind of like defense line on like, I want to say, an example, say, look at this, guys, like, how much interest we generated.
That's true.
Like, even the lander on ground trying to get my photo, or putting that satellite as well, I'm still mentoring
Alright, so I'll just read over the background again, bro. Can you just make like documents?
Yeah.
Okay, so developments in cubes have now pushing the concept of supporting the aerospace capacity. This challenge built on the carriers of cubes called CAMSAT on a hypothetical cube space management mission during the surge on the mission phase, the mission team on either scientific or general interest to the public. So this outlet will mutilate the address to scientific and general maybe not too out so we can have the live updates of what the scientists do. Maybe like actual data that's sent back to the scientists. And will determine that robotic imaging devices have been launched will provide a measure of imaging in the spacecraft.
Well, we don't know exactly what data. We say we can fit it. So, for example, with like NASA's for example, solar rays, or the inside surface of those rays, in that sense, or even dust collectors.
Yeah, exactly.
So inside services are what?
And even if it's not data, it's like once it's collecting, obviously the space station will know it's collected and it's sent back to the site. So and so this has been collected. Stay tuned for further details.
Quick looking love.
Stay tuned for the next episode.
Live days.
Yeah, seriously, that would be cool. We could actually say that, like, have because it's just ideas, we don't actually have to what we think.
Was that cool? Sorry.
Yes.
Maybe on the question we want to say.
Yeah. So we only deliver enough information so that when they ask us questions.
You will be very hard.
Oh, sorry, bro, I'm not finished. Yeah, we got one more. Your robotic hands that will return to Rocco's spacecraft while we use.
Yeah, so I put the treasure.
And I think we have to mention NASA's Spears program of the international.
No, that's just a suggestion.
Is envisioned for this very purpose.
Yeah, that's just giving us like one trial. It says down there.
So the next part is design and model a feasibility demonstrator. That can orbit and take pictures of deep space spacecraft during events of interest.
Yeah, so what was it?
What we can do is actually as it's flying, obviously we're interacting, but say back like this is where we are now. And from where we are moving forward to seeing pictures
That's sort of similar thing for
That you're required if you're a particular some of these are going to be away, but it's in a small particulars and space.
yeah, square root 2
Square root 2G.
and it says
So there's basically
Massive Earth?
Yeah.
Massive object.
So it'll be.
and so the second document is design and demonstrate using a physical or animated model, storage, release, and documentation. During it's super pessimism. So much pessimism. We can't do this, we can't. No, then look at what we can do. Alright.
Respect the opportunity. I'm working the mindset. And it takes like self. You just need to figure out what is it so much, but it's not all pay attention.
Cause it to do this.
You could close it, you can close it that way.
I think that being interested in that, like, practicing on that.
Yeah. And it could be used on time or
Why did you redesign?
Oh, the launch I did had the same.
Okay, it says, I don't know if you've read this caption, it says consider giving council feedback bodies that could, in principle, it is in principle, so I don't think we need to go into detail, be recharged from that.
It'll be like one of these. So it has to be out of the
Yeah. You can charge it through solar panels. Yeah. Or you can plug in massive solar panel to.
Yeah.
So you mean like space station?
Space station already has one solar.
Yeah, so you can just come out there.
All you need to pay is
I mean, you look at the wind power. We can, because there's a limit in space. Yeah. Yeah, so it says what things to be used for that. So yeah, it says electric propulsion, what can you use?
What was that team? Yeah, there's something for referencing the retriever reflector project destroys.
Yeah, that's something. And so from the design model that they showed, there was and then
thing that does
and then next slide, agenda activation storage and the application.
I'm sorry, touches on file.
Was that roughly out?
Yeah. Plus 6 3.
I need to plug the 10 again.
If we were watching Cube, if there was an actual Cube that was and we wanted to find out stuff about it, what would you guys want?
Well, they watch stuff for that. Oh, you mean like watch?
No, yeah, just say they actually do this, right? And we watch this. Watching this, what would you want? So that, what would be image? The image, like, you want to wait to make interactions with other people as well at the same time. It's like a chat. Yeah.
You know, like what Twitch live streams are like someone streaming and then people asking questions. And maybe have like replies.
Yeah, maybe have someone on the massive thing, like
Yeah, like mission control briefing online. Yeah. Yeah, because you have to do.
Ross, can you please help Eddie put this presentation up? Fantastic.
I can grab Alexander's laptop.
I got Windows 7. I don't think you can.
Really?
Well, you can go one
is it a
time.
VGA or a HDMI cable?
I didn't bring one with me now.
I will organize that.
So I just look for sort of minimize everything that goes in and just have a camera. Sure. But if there's I feel like to have capabilities to the data back rather than just bring.
Maybe not live, but some sort of like tracks and stuff, and it comes back,
If you develop it that way, yeah, I think it's like positioning of it, and then tracks and then like, one of the photos that you take you on stage, and it takes a photo like every hour or
Storage.
Oh, so we've got a BJ cable already here, I mean,
Don't worry too much about it. It's going to
yeah. Imagine putting a BJ cam. And she might. Yeah, I think what is it? You had the. Oh, no, that's okay. And she might.
I don't know why the power was so.
It's all good. I've got a.
It's all about talking. Oh, you see your people? Ladies and gentlemen, the end is very
Like my
yeah, so it's all about, I don't know if you guys business concepts. It's just, I've been to a shitload of people that are trying to sell ideas. No, especially with my parents, it's literally that's what they do. Like that to sell their ideas. You don't want to start off saying what your idea is. You want to say what your goal is, or what you want to do. So we want to involve everyone.
But it is the fun chat.
Yeah, it's fun. Going start off being boring. Say like Richard Rice creating something. So start off like
Maybe you have that.
we envision a future where people on the space can become one. You know, might sound cheap. I'm putting it on Mars because people take it like. You want me to put a photo of Mars? No, that's scary. Maybe there's other website.
Yeah. Oh, well, just let them know.
So that if you stop working, then I'll just go to these guys and they can just help them. So just some way of connecting what's in there. And at the same time. Yeah, we're doing it as we go. Are we going to talk about all I about if you were someone you say,
Like you said, business model, you say, what do we do? And you say, how would you let it go?
But then,
that's the question.
Generally, the end, they say, what we want to do.
And it's also good to start off with
How you doing?
Yeah. So this is a recording, is it?
Yes.
Constant recording? Or?
Yeah. Until the 8 to 11. I don't know if I can join up then. I'm trying to join this for a while. I can only play it. Google. Why? Why are you so... I cannot join a hangout.
Right.
I cannot join it. I want to join it, but I can't.
Because you're using iCloud.
Yeah.
That's the reason. It's Google. You remember Apple blocked the you can.
And then each one come down.
Google Plus.
Yeah.
And then Facebook. Actually, no, you call it.
Maybe not Facebook page, but another influencer.
Then you wrap up.
I call it what netting.
So then we finish the presentation. What we you have to start now. Like you start on the I've already done it.
I'll start this up with like a question. I like that.
Yeah.
Don't worry about mine. Oh yeah.
Right, yeah.
And just think about it, it's really hard to
registration list. So
I do not have asked Alexandra. Should be around. Yeah. Well, we know which floor she's on. That's a good start.
Don't worry about it. It's better people than good ideas and strong confidence about
People buy ideas. And you know that you get something all day, but you have like rich friends and stuff.
It's generated interest.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Who's sold people buy the idea and say you have commercial ways to use this space.
Is this live?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so you're just
There's
one more guy coming. Next 20 minutes. Don't scratch your ass in front of somebody.
people are saying.
Like,
And someone was looking at
right in that line, and then someone will say,
1 minute delay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're coming back.
No. I can do the YouTube, but I want
do you mean the
I don't know how you want to do that.
It'll be cool. They have photos like as it goes, and then it comes back like that. See you later, guys. And come back.
That's not my name.
So just quickly, do you know there's a professor which is getting the math of this?
So we actually can look at the line. Right now, we think of yes.
Alright, so
Geometry plus C. You can
well, whatever you do. I mean, it's all good if you do it.
Yeah.
Because that's the place to charge it. I feel like that'd be more. There is the opposite.
Yeah, where is it? They're coming out later.
Yeah, they have all the passive. Yeah. Yeah.
Until the heat death of the universe, please watch your language. Yeah, you can. You can watch this from.
We have one viewer.
Hey?
One viewer.
No, this, yeah, me. Or. It's kind of funny. I want to be a participant in the hangout.
Yeah.
I can't.
Why not?
I don't know. It's so and like that's the first thing you could do is hang out, so you can participate.
Yeah. Google Hangouts. I love it. There's a Google Hangout happening.
Yeah. Well, it happens in like a whole bunch of the places, and New York does it.
Oh, cool.
And so we found that yesterday. And I'll have it.
You're able to, like, is it recorded as well? You have just a time lapse.
Yeah, you can jump on YouTube and find it. You go NASA Space House Brisbane.
Yeah.
And I can put content in the back of the pages.
Yeah, no, I want to put it together.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Awesome.
I just want to jump in.
Yeah,
They pass that along.
So you jump on YouTube and delete the last one. There was one, and someone's like, "Oh, you can't read that one at the end." I was like, okay, there's only 9 minutes. Yeah, that's fine.
Very cool. Oh, to this chair. Yeah. Well, now I'd like to introduce Eddie Robinson. He has won many Australian cake competitions and he's here today to present how to present a winning cake competition.
Alright guys, so my name's Eddie. Today what I want to do the next 20, 30 minutes or shorter depending on how much time you actually have is just go through the basics of pitching a strategy when giving your idea forward. Because although you might have the best idea in the world, ultimately you can't set up a panel of judges. There's certainly no opportunity for you to go forward and then onto the national and international plan. So just before I begin though, I want to acknowledge Blue Shift because I've actually just adapted the PowerPoint presentation they use. So the original works from them. Alright, so the way I want to go through today is, quick little introduction about myself, what I'm doing, then going through how to analyze and solve a case. So in this instance, it's breaking down how you can approach this problem and then give that back to the judges. Then spending bulk of the time on how to present, because ultimately that's where a large portion of the score can come from, before then beginning to move on to the Q&A and the application of all that comes together. So I'm part of the QC Business Case Competition team, and over the last 3 years, I've traveled to a number of international countries to participate in case competitions. Very much like you do at the moment, we have between 3 and 40 hours to analyze the business, do the strategy behind it, and pitch that solution to a panel of judges from real companies. I've been to 8 different competitions so far, and on Thursday I'm going off to the Netherlands to compete in my 8th or 9th competition. So there's lots of exciting things to do there with the business school, and thankfully I've done rather well. But you don't want to know about that. What you want to know is how to actually solve the case and how to win in your opinion. So essentially there are 5 steps when going through the analysis, that first component of solving the problem. Going through the overview, stating that main problem, listing out the critical factors, your alternatives, always the key components, and then coming to that recommendation and justification. Also, if you follow those 5 steps, it creates a really nice pathway for the judges to follow along. What is it you're doing? What's the solution you've got? What else have you thought about? Why is your solution the best and only solution they should consider today? So first of all, going through the situational overview, there are a number of different frameworks you can use to say how we reach today's answer. And one of the common ones you use in the business school is something called the 5 Cs. And you don't have to use all these, but they give a nice way to analyze the basics of a problem. So we'll go first on towards the context. So the context has another breakdown in it, something called the pest or pestle analysis. And also these 5 or 6 things you should be considering when you're pitching a solution. Depending upon the sort of environment you're working, here it's very tech-based solutions, so you're looking for that technological factor. You're looking for broader factors within the community or in the country you're operating in, here Australia, which make your solution particularly appropriate. So for instance, the Australian political climate, it's very stable, so that adds a lot to long-term business solutions. Economic factors, Australia has a lot of money for startups. So you can talk about those sort of factors which really lend to your type of business, saying why your solution is appropriate in this particular market or environment. And of course, there's no need to go through all these things. We'd like to touch on a few, and here's a good indication you understand what's happening in the market and adds credence to what you're going to be speaking about today. Second thing then is the competition. So as and when you go with your product into a new market, there are going to be others who might have done something similar, who might be able to take some of your market share away. So to fully understand how the competition is working in the business that you're operating, there are a couple of different factors that you can be considering. So if you've got a new tech startup, one of the biggest threats to you is the threat of other new entrants. If you spend 40 hours designing this new product, what's to stop anyone else from spending another 40 hours and then coming with a slightly better product and taking all away all the market share? So one of the big things you might want to talk about in your particular solution is saying, well, look, we spent a short amount of time designing a solution, so this is how we can protect our business going to new future and deter future entrants into the market, and therefore why our one is worth investing in long term rather than being a weak strategy. Talking about the threat of substitutes. So if you've got an app to get you from point A to point B, there are a number of other applications which can do the exact same thing. Translink app, Uber's app. So you've got to think about those who do a similar service, transport, which offer essentially the same service that you do, even if it's not directly the same. The final thing is then supplier power and buyer power. So think about the nature of the product you're working in. Are there a whole lot of suppliers in the market, with only one buyer. For instance, weapons manufacturing in Australia. You've got several key manufacturers of weapons and arms, but ultimately you're going to have one buyer, which is the Australian government, for the police and military. Alternatively, you might have the other way around, where it's all about the firepower, where you've got many suppliers, sorry, only one supplier for many buyers, and therefore they can dictate the price. So think about how your market's going to operate, and then say how much strength you have within it. Ultimately, you can pitch to judges and say, look, we can control the market. We're going to have a monopoly sort of environment here. It's going to have the ability to get more money to start up your particular application. Talking about the company itself. So if you've heard of a SWOT analysis, I mean, it's fairly entry-level business stuff. So if you've heard it before, my apologies for repeating it, but for those who haven't, just thinking about the key components of this that you capitalize on: strengths. Think about just the people in your team, what sort of capital or knowledge you can pull upon to bring forward this idea into the market. Key weaknesses to overcome. You didn't talk about these and say, well, look, we're pitching this business to a new market, but we anticipate there are going to be these couple of problems. It's a lot more convincing to say that and developing some strategies to work around it, rather than coming up and saying, this is the perfect business, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it, it's going to be $1 billion industry by the end of the week. Ultimately, it's just not believable. Whereas if you can identify the problems and work around them, it creates a much more realistic solution, which people can believe in. Opportunities and threats. These are looking at external factors. So opportunities are things that you're capitalizing in the market. So you say, look, there's a need to achieve this, or there's future application for mobile application of technology. Then that's a market which is growing. You say, look, that's the opportunity, that's what we're going to take up on. Alternatively, if the market's working against you, then those fit into your threats. And then the internal analysis. So basically, that's just been breaking it further down and saying, looking at business, can you make a profit out of it? What are your goals? What are you going to do at the end of the day? Is it all about the money? Is it all about market share? Just clearly identifying those things for you. And then ultimately, the consumer. So this is the person that's really important to identify. Because even though if you have this fantastic product, if you don't know who you're going to be selling it to, what sort of age bracket, what sort of technology bracket they need to have, it's going to be an iOS platform or an Android platform, really clearly saying this is who we're targeting, this is how we're targeting them, you're not going to be able to sell your product. So 4 P's that you can be thinking about just allow you to make it a really clear strategy so that people can believe it. So also, if you come along and say, imagine 2 or 3 years ago, you want to pitch Uber forward, and you say, look, we want to have a transport app which is going to move anyone from place A to place B and replace taxis. But it sounds like an amazing idea, but then if you break it down a little more and say, this is how we actually make our money, this is how we're going to be promoting about the environment, and this is exactly where we're going to place things. Giving those tangibles just gives a much more conciliatory picture about what it is that you're doing here today. So with all that, then thinking about, you understand the market, you understand how you're operating within it, breaking down ultimately the key issue. So there are 2 types of ways you can go about this. So really it's what you want to focus on and then the level of depth. You don't have that much time over the weekend, so it's only going to be a very superficial analysis. But there are 3 areas that you can be focusing on. So if there's a problem, it's going to be one of these 3 things. It's going to be an industry thing that's top level. It's like petroleum gas, it's exploration, it's surveillance, it's this big picture. It's got a problem at this area. It's not doing research properly. It has too much time out in the field where they can be staying more in the office using drone technology. It could be disinformation. So that's more that next step down, thinking maybe it's HR sort of issues, it's a marketing sort of issue, it's black screen sort of issue. All sorts of things you have a problem with there. By chance, I might need some tech help if anyone here is any good at tech. And then the last thing then would be if you've got a company-based problem. So you might be looking towards a particular sort of company who's having a problem. So for instance, if you've identified that Microsoft's got an issue about a certain aspect of its business, or whoever else, if you identify what's the problem with them and going forward from there. By chance. Right. Okay, all right, cool, no worries. So once you've identified that, you have a good understanding of what's the big sort of issue, go to that pestle analysis, that's the sort of market we're operating in. Then the next level down, this is the industry or company issues. So narrowing down a little bit further, who we're actually approaching towards. The next sort of level you're going to be then going towards is figuring out the interesting client who I'm going after in a second. Tell you what, we'll come back to that in a second. Just like, I guess, my train of thought. Take a shift in 180-degree shift. I'll talk now about how you're actually going to pitch your presentation. Ultimately, as you go through your presentation today, there are going to be four distinct stages when you go forward and pitch to a panel of judges. So the first thing you want to do is tell the judges what you're going to be doing today. Ultimately, if it's going to be a 10, 15-minute presentation, something about that line, if it takes until the 5th, 6th, 7th minute until you've actually explained your idea to the judges, you've wasted a lot of time, they've become disengaged. So the first step is always tell them what you're going to tell them. Then you want to go through the analysis. So the analysis is setting the context for all the people in the room, explaining what it is that has led you to today's solution. Within that as well, you then want to go through some of the alternatives. So you say, look, well, within the market, we've identified there's a need for X. So we consider solutions 1, 2, and 3. And that might be really, really good thing to do because team whatever and team whoever, okay, solutions 1 and 2 is there. You say, look, they're not appropriate because of this and these reasons. However, our solution overcomes this and this is the reason to go forward. So what you've done then is you've identified why your solution is the perfect solution, and you've just blown the other 2 solutions out of water. So then the judges aren't thinking about them anymore. They're just thinking, right, yours is the one to go for. Once you've gone through the analysis, you said, look, this is the context, this is why we're doing what we're doing. Then go towards your strategy. So your strategy is a sort of high level overview of what it is today you're going to be doing. So you might have found the analysis that this company has too much money spent on human capital and it's not investing enough in automated technologies to smooth out those processes. So your strategy is automate technology. That then gives a good idea of the frameworks, what you're going to do instead. Within that, then the third step is building the tactics. So these are the tangible aspects that the judges can see, they can imagine, they can feel how your solution is going to look. So what are we doing on Monday morning? Monday morning, we start by doing this. We design the app. Within 6 months, we then plan out, we're going to do a research and development collaboration with Microsoft. Step 3 then is our marketing campaign. So it's identifying the really tangible aspects, which allow the judge to say, yes, if I was to invest in this, I can see where my money's going, I can see what you're doing, and then going forward from there. Once you've done the strategy, then you're coming then into your implementation. So this might be as simple as giving an overview of your finances. If you've asked for $20,000, $30,000 worth of funding, then give me an idea of where that first $5,000 is going, what's their return on investment, how long is this capital going to support you, and continue to go through the funding. Looking towards the rest of your strategy, saying, look, this is a 2-year plan, but if we fail at, in getting this key partner on board, how can we overcome that? Because that's a major deterrent for our strategy. So thinking about, as you bring your product to market, looking at all the different aspects which are going to be really important for you to overcome to make sure that this is something which could actually go forward. And then finally, going towards an implementation schedule. So if you've got a plan, say, look, we've got 2 years to bring this to market or whatever, really clearly outlining what it is you're doing each stage, so you can show them and work them through, this is what you're doing. Because ultimately, if you're going to be spending 2 years in a project, investing that much money for that long period of time, then you need to show that you're making really good use of that time as you go forward. Once you've done that, so you've done a couple of things. You've told them what you're going to tell them. You've then told them the strategy. The third aspect then is always just summing up and going back and highlighting. So today we told you this was the problem. We gave you a solution, and then we told you how it's going to be implemented. So it's telling them what you're going to tell them, telling them, and then summarizing what you told them. Because if they've got to listen to 6, 7 different teams of people, then once they've got that 5th, 6th, 7th, they're going to be getting pretty tired. They're not being engaged much. So you need to really hammering home those key points, so that as and when they walk away and they have to go mark your presentations, they can remember, all right, that was the team that did that one aspect, that was the team that did that thing. Because ultimately, if they've got to listen to 3 or 4 hours of presentations, that might be as much as they can remember. And having been experienced, that often is as much as you can remember. By chance, this. Do you guys have Q&A in your presentations as well, or question and answer time? Yeah, all right. So when doing Q&A, there's a couple of ways to make this really, really effective. The first is, if you're going to be asked a question, summarize it back to, and you don't have an answer straight away, summarize it back to the judge. So for instance, look, I have a bit of trouble understanding this particular aspect of your business. Can you go over that for me? It's a really vague question, it's really broad. It could be after a whole lot of different things. If you don't quite have the answer straight away, summarize it back to the judge and make sure that you really understood what it is they want to get after. So it might be, so you don't understand the business. Can I understand whether it's a technical aspect, whether it's an implementation aspect, whether we're going to have to finance it? Make sure you're actually then answering the question that they really want to hear. If you've got a team of people at the front, then you might have several people who can answer the question, several people who can't. If you're going to be fighting for space, just as the person's asking a question, taking a simple step forward, 1 foot, and then indicating to your team that I'm the person who's going to be speaking on this, just alleviates a little bit of stress or a little bit of problem if you start speaking on top of each other, if you've all got the idea. If you've also got a team of 5, 6, 7 people, thereabouts, also making sure that everyone has the opportunity to try and answer a question looks quite good. If you're having one person answer questions time after time after time, it looks like they're dominating strategy, and it looks like not everyone else is contributing. And although ultimately it shouldn't make an impact because as long as the answer is there, it does take something away from the mind of the judges. And we're back. Okay. So doing the 180-degree turn, going back to what we talked about before. So we might just skip back a little bit. My apologies. Okay, so you identify different issues. And so yeah, there are a whole different ways you break down those key questions. So there's marketing, PR, finance. Just thinking about really what's the underlying issue in any of these circumstances. So to find out this, just list out all the different problems that this particular industry or company or organization is having, and then try and categorize them into certain areas. And what you find is that there might be a common theme, and it's that common theme that you want to address. All right. So in terms of then identifying critical factors, ultimately this is the point that's going to make your business sell. So you identify that there is something in the market, that's the one point you want to satisfy, and in doing so, that's where you're driving your revenue. If you want the judges to walk away with anything, it's going to be this. But that's the problem, the critical factor, and then our solution addresses the critical factor, how. All right. So as you see, once you identify the critical factors, then you start to develop that tactic. So how do you identify, once you've got that identification done, bring out the ideas to develop the solution. All right. In the interest of time, I'm just going to move past it. In terms of then considering alternative solutions, what you want to do is, spend 30 seconds, a minute to your presentation listing out all the alternatives and saying, why they could be alternatives. Because also what you could have done is identify someone else's solution who gave a really good presentation on that day. And if you can then go out and say, look, despite this being an okay idea, it's not realistic because of X, the market isn't there, the financing is just too high for a startup. It does help put you ahead of the competition. So a simple way of showing that is, here's the solution on the left-hand side, and then why not it should be adopted. So just really clear ways of showing why your strategy is the best ahead of everyone else's. Then in terms of recommending solutions, there's much of what we talked about just before. It's identifying that problem and then developing a really clear solution that you walk the judges through. And then once you've done that, going through the tell them what you told them, then remind what you told them, get that message across. All right. Then in terms of the presentation itself, the presentation I could use here today probably is the most effective one, and I'll show you a much better one in a second, which is kind of counterintuitive. But far too text heavy. A lot of the time when I'm looking at you guys now, you're having to read a presentation there, and that's from 3 lines of text, 15 to 20 words tops. And if you're presenting that and you're trying to get an idea across, and it's a technical idea, it's a complex idea that someone might not understand, then you won't have the judges listening to you. And also that could be the death knell of your entire presentation. if they're having to read and they've listened to nothing of what you said, one way or another, you're going to lose marks for either having an unengaging presentation, or you're going to lose marks for there not being able to listen to you. So if we look towards something like this, it's much more visually clear, it's much more simple. You can take away 3 points and then you're straight back to me, and I can see in the room already, you took that in and then you came back. If you design simple slides like that, the costing's not great, it's much more engaging. Again, key graph, key points, or using visual, simply identifying that this is the market we want to go into, rather than having an in-depth explanation of like why we want to go into Southeast Asia region, why we want to go into this area, and then just speaking to those points. Or alternatively, using other simple designs. So again, there's all different ideas, ways you can show information. All right. So in terms then of how to get your presentation across, never use palm cards. Palm cards just they create a barrier between you and the audience. If you can try and have not one of these in your way, use a clicker or a mouse or something, just so you can engage with your audience, creates a much more natural conversational feel rather than just simply giving a lecture. If you have the opportunity to practice, I'm not sure how much time you have, 1 or 2 run-throughs can make all the difference in the world. And then ultimately, if you smile for your audience, it just makes it seem a whole lot more natural, engaging, inviting. And if the judges feel happy, they'll walk away from your presentation feeling happy. And even if your idea wasn't the greatest, that good feeling will add a lot to when they start scoring. Then finally, when using the question and answer time, if you've got the opportunity, create something like this, which is a set of index slides. So once you've created a presentation and you've gone, this the main thing we want to tell you about. We appreciate there are a whole lot of things we didn't talk about, or that the judges might be interested in knowing who they are. If you can say, we talked about the idea, but there were 10 things we didn't talk about the idea. If you can listen in backup slides, when a judge goes, look, can you tell me more about this aspect? And you can click on a slide that suddenly brings up all the information they want to know about that particular area in question and answer time. It looks really smooth, really polished, and gives an indication that you have thought about all the aspects of this business, and it simply wasn't a student pitch. Then, in terms of handling Q&A, just know if you speak, taking that step forwards. If someone answers a question and you think, oh, they did an okay job, you might be able to step forward and say, look, in addition to what my colleague has said, never do that more than twice. If someone then goes and steps forward and says, in addition to my colleague said, the third person, the fourth person, the fifth person, it looks like you didn't trust your team members to do a very good job, and the team isn't cohesive. If they did an okay job, leave it an okay job, rather than trying to salve it and make things an absolute mess. If a judge asks multiple questions, so there are a couple of things I didn't understand, this, and this, and they, look, there are 3 questions you've got there. I'm going to deal with question 1, which is this. Then I'm going to be my colleagues to deal with question 2, this, and question 3, this. It's important to reiterate the statement because then it makes sure the question is really clear and it gives the opportunity for your teammates to be thinking about their answer that they can give while you give your answer. And then finally, if the question only requires a short answer, if it requires a yes or a no, just give them a yes or a no. Don't try and create this elaborate, wonderful explanation. If they simply say, look, is the solution feasible? Yes, it is feasible. Okay, why is it feasible? That's the opportunity to go and explain it. But if they simply give a yes or no, give them a yes or no. And bearing all that in mind, I appreciate you've got to get back to designing your solutions. So thank you very much, guys, for listening. I hope that really helps your presentation.
Elaborate on what is required for the presentation. So we'll be judging in 5 different areas. So impact, how much impact, quality and quantity can this project have? Does it solve a big problem or a little problem? Creativity, how creative is the approach? Is the project new and something that hasn't been attempted before? Is it something that isn't being addressed by the market? Product, how well does this product fit the needs, the challenge it addresses? How user-friendly is the technology? And is it a complete solution, or does it have a long way to go? Sustainability. How good is the plan for next steps? How prepared is the project team to continue their work beyond the event? Is the project organized in a way so that others can take the project and advance it? Presentation. How well did the team communicate their project? Are they effective in telling the story of the project and why it is important? We have two major winners of this event. It will be in the categories of best use of hardware and software and the most inspiring project. So we also have a category for People's Choice Award, and that will be voted by your other participants as well as the judges. So we have 3 ThinkPads to give away. These are Windows 8.1, and you'll love using these. We'll also have prizes next week from IBM. Our IBM merchandise is on its way, and it'll be awarded to the winners next week when we have a post event, and you'll be presenting your 1-minute video that you will have to prepare next week and submit to NASA. Also, in order to be eligible for global judging, all your technology has to be open source. And you have to load that up to GitHub and release it, as well as produce a 1-minute video. So good luck. You have until 1 o'clock to have all your presentations ready. So please good luck.
I figured out how you were out of here again by 5:30.
Figure out?
Yeah.
There's a link.
Sure.
Well, that's fine. Well, I mean, we're not.
Hey.
Okay, cool. Imagine finding Based on like imagine things, so like this way right now, and this way we do. Imagine 5 years time, you've got a double question.
It's like in a safe box in the city where Oprah has a key.
That's how I do it. There's no wrong way to do it. Whatever excites you.
Yeah, thank you.
I think to Howard. When would you like to do our Imagine Cup style-ish?
We'll do it just after lunch.
Sure. So, do you want to get to 4:30-ish?
4:30ish. Yeah. We'll make sure.
I've just cleaned up the presentation a bit, so I can deliver it rather than that nothing, so that's fine.
Is that gonna work?
Thank you so much. I'm so confident now, and although we don't do the whole presentation, but I had to record it. I'm so happy that you're in this hospitality.
Well, I'm glad that's what you wanted.
Yeah, it's absolutely. Okay, can you please be the time to deliver a winning presentation? Last year I was like cross-set, it was just like making up things on the fly. Mostly improvised, actually. Yeah, thank you so much. But it is really making that business case, because there were lots of shopping. It's really thinking about the applications for the enterprise, which is
the key. So how much do they present to?
we're looking at 18 minutes.
18 minutes.
Because we're thinking, 18 minutes and 12 minutes questions. And when we say 18 minutes, it seems like, oh, we don't know if we'll put it up to 18 minutes. But it's not like that.
Yeah, just when I say like, we were saying like, oh my god, I can just figure what exactly what you had a minute to present. So that's a different thing.
Yes, that's the actual video.
Right.
But then but we might just get a snapshot of it. But hopefully we're able to work on it get more by the end of the week, and then really record what they're doing. That'll be really nice. This is great. I'm so excited. But yeah, would you be did you want to discount or?
I've got now. I've got because before I head off to market, I've got 3 assignments.
Oh my god.
I'm running up to university, quick spin, and then I've got
No. Yeah. Yeah, you guys.
Submitting into the local.
I'm
trying to learn. But it really did. We can involve it in our presentation.
But like, we kind of want to switch over. I feel
Yeah, but I think it's Thursday. Yeah.
Okay, we'll have that meeting.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So because she's like, and check out this. This is awesome.
Yeah.
This is so cool. So Rod's going around now. That's amazing. Just stuff with the hair. I think he stopped it. He wants to stop it. I'll see
I wish we knew the open source recording. Yeah, that's, I feel like that's fine.
Hey.
Do you actually have a clicker I can borrow?
At university? About a kilometre away. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I need two inputs. I need a dot page down and I need a B button. I mean, alternatively, I can just have like one of you guys standing up there and press B when I. Yeah, but that's not as fun. We'll see. Oh, it's sped up. It's sped up again. It's 20 minutes. That's fine. So I can like in my own. So I'm going to explore where the material is. Is it missing battery? Yeah. It is literally that you sell your product. Yeah.
I want to steal the cable for a while.
Which cable? You do not steal it.
I mean, it's like low resolution. For sure.
It can't even, it's connected. That's the only connection I've got to the internet. So if you steal it, I'm going to rage quit.
You're gonna rage quit.
I brought it specifically for this purpose.
Specifically for this.
Yeah, I'm trying to so,
They probably have anything. The last.
just find a quiet corner where away from like the massive thongs of Wi-Fi. You'll probably find some Wi-Fi.
It's the open net Wi-Fi. It's on 0. And we download a program.
5 hours. There's a. Ooh, what
There will be an Ethernet cable.
There's an Ethernet cable probably connected.
It's fine.
Yeah, they'd probably rage, but they wouldn't notice it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what I did for.
This is a Cisco phone, so you can steal that.
Oh, you just need it. We'll ask if they have one. We'll ask them there.
Spacey, spacey, the one is our problem. And what is that? Yes.
Hello.
Thank you for all your support, Lauren. You're amazing.
There is a connection between books. Somebody does have Serial open.
There you go. Someone's connected now.
Hi, Lauren. Can you hear me?
Are you inside the building? Yeah, I think it's about a minute or two delay. Cool.
Let me join the call, damn it.
Sorry?
Are we ready to take a break now? I think we're just in the middle of something. If you want, we can meet you in half an hour, 45 minutes, and then we can, and because you need to be back here by 1 o'clock, so. Okay, fantastic. We'll see you then. Sounds good. Yeah, let's try and get the Jets. Yeah, he'll come in at 12, and then we'll take him for lunch. Apparently he was watching us the whole time. God.
You don't see till they start doing you.
No. So what you need to do is you need to bend your knees so you can get right down.
Okay, good. Here we go. There you go.
Yes, forward and down.
Whoa. Whoa. Okay, here we go. Nice bounce as well.
There you go. So yeah, there you go.
Very
That's
cool.
all right. Let's. Do you want to go for lunch? Huh? Do you want to go? Yeah. We'll get you back here in the next 45 minutes.
Awesome. I know also lunch is coming up, but
Yeah, there's a bit of lunch here, but we can take you downstairs.
Sounds good. Oh, yep.
Time don't change with a hurricane. Every day was born the same. Despite what I do, every ending begins the start of something new. She says, wake up, it's no use pretending. I'll keep stealing, breathing her. Birds are leaving over autumn's ending. One of us will die inside these arms. Eyes wide open, naked as we came. One will spread our ashes round the yard. She says, if I leave before you, darling, don't you waste me in the ground. I lay smiling like our sleeping children. One of us will die inside these arms. Eyes wide open, naked as we came. One will spread our ashes round the yard. I don't know, what am I doing here? There's a shadow in my place. Maybe now everything will be so clear. You shed a light into this empty space, and all I am, all I have doesn't even matter now. I can't understand why I feel this way, but I do, I do. I just wanna love you when the going's tough. I just wanna hold you when you're not enough. I just wanna give you everything I got. I do, I do. I don't know, what am I saying here? There's a hole in my heart and it's begging please. Maybe now everything will be so clear.
Safety, body motion.
Bodies in spacey motion.
Bodies in spacey.
Spacey, EY.
Beautiful. There's another final C. There's a final C.
It works way better now. It's on the single point. They need to focus on the focus on the air. I'm just looking at mine. Yeah.
So you.
So when it comes to these guys, we're gonna figure out which way we're gonna record them from. But I moved this one onto here, and it should be fine.
I'm thinking, this is
I like that.
Oh, yeah.
lie behind the cell.
Yep. Just carefully pick it up. Across. Hold up. The only one you need to be careful about is this cable. Oops. Take the other side. Yep.
Yep. Is that it?
I'll stand there to see if it can.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
I saw.
And I love it, the fact that because this side is more packed, so this side of the room is fully packed. Good angle. Good angle.
So we're going to present our competition entry from up there, and then we'll do a short demo over here after the 10 minutes. So we'll do 10 minutes, do a quick short demo, and then we'll do 2 minutes.
That camera is good.
We will also turn this around, so people can see.
Oh, okay. Well, using that.
The good is this, do it a long video. So the whole thing will be in place. I love being able to do this with the fire. It's just really good. I want to do presentations with my all the time.
Yeah, Colin, I don't know what everything.
Ready to start?
So Yassine and I have had the utmost pleasure of hosting the 2015 NASA SpaceX Challenge. Today we've been so inspired by all the team challenges, and your incredible passion has been exemplified. And so we would like to introduce the first team who will be presenting. They'll be presenting
The 3-2-1 lift challenge. So that's a challenge where in NASA they launch rockets, and they're after all rocket scientists. So what we don't see when you attend rocket launch is, or watch online, is all the planning, testing, and integration that goes on behind the scenes. You think that guy's going to present a model of, like, to introduce people to that part of the launch process. So welcome 3-2-1 lift.
Good afternoon, everybody. So as Yassine mentioned so gracefully there, we're doing the 3-2-1 liftoff, launch that rocket challenge, the 2015 challenge. And in that challenge, we need to convey everything that goes into planning a rocket launch. Whenever a rocket launch comes into the media, whether that be on TV or social media, you see the big flames come out, the big steel tubes soar off into the atmosphere. But what you don't see is all the many, many hours of preparation that have come before that. All the different administrators and IT people and engineers and scientists that have spent many months or even years working on that project just for that final outcome. What we hope to achieve with this app is that we hope to give a sense of what it takes to put together all of that. We're hoping to target the public at large who may not have any experience at all in rocketry, just to give them an appreciation of that work. I also want to make it fun and engaging for people. So they don't get bored. It's very easy to get bored with all the numbers and statistics, so that was one of our primary goals, to keep the user engaged. So we want to decide on our main demographic. We chose high school students because those are people where they're making a big choice in their life of where to go, whether they should go and follow a trade or go and study something at university or TAFE. So we thought that we could help them with their decisions, whether they wanted to become an engineer and a scientist or not. Then we could possibly help the engineers and scientists of tomorrow and inspire them. So we wanted to figure out what had been done in the past. Is there something out there that already achieves this and would make our work null? So we went through and we had a look at that. You have different media such as movies and games that would really encompass the wow factor of space and space travel. Things like Star Wars, it's a great classic, it's been around for years and years. Everyone knows it. Along the lines of Star Trek and the recently released film Interstellar, all space movies, all involving rockets and interstellar travel and such. And along the lines of games, we have Kerbal Space Program. The screenshot can be seen in the top right there. That is a sandbox rocket creator where the user can go in and just start building a rocket, putting whatever rocket engine on the bottom, whatever fuel tank and whatever capsule, and just give that a go, see how it flies. And also there's another game along the lines of the MMORPGs. That's massive multiplayer online role-playing game. Basically, it's an online rocket simulator, which again, it has that futuristic aspect and the building aspect, but it doesn't really have that education to let people know what leads up to it. Next slide, please. So those are some of the problems with those movies and games. They're too futuristic. They're not what's being worked on right now, what people can go in and actually study as a field and get a job in. There's no educational feedback available to them. If they do something wrong or something not as efficiently as possible, they have no way of knowing that. Star Wars is just a good film. Kerbal Space Program is just a sandbox rocket creator. And it doesn't explore all aspects. It's just entertainment. So what we want to come up with is Launch Ready, our solution to providing an educational game that provides a good overall view of everything behind the launch.
A game that engages, inspires, and educates is what we wanted to achieve with Launch Ready. To engage the audience, we looked at the core loop principle we used in app developing. You look at your successful games like Candy Crush and Clash of Clans, and why do they bring the user back for more? Why do they engage the user? They do this using the core loop where the user can take an action, they are rewarded if the action's successful, and from there they can advance and upgrade and repeat the process. In our game, the user is able to go through the process of a rocket launch, and once they complete it, they're rewarded with a badge and can go on to more rocket launches and progress and be able to access more of the game. To educate, we have a mentor by your side, because you have to forgive the demographic for not being knowledgeable in how to launch a space rocket. So Raymond gives immediate feedback after you complete a step in the process, and he's also there to connect with the high school student so that he's not alone on such a big project. To inspire the demographic, we based our missions and our rockets off of real macro objectives so that it is realistic and that they can base a lot of what they've learned in the experience into their future prospects for a job or just for general education. And so this is what the game looks like, and demonstration.
Right, so for the actual implementation, it's just a rough implementation based off the ideas that we've put together over the last day and this morning. We spent the majority of our time working out to find the details rather than the actual implementation, because we know that we're not going to bring out some perfect product. It's not going to be a sparkling new Windows 10 or something over this weekend. So the implementation is the proof of concept of what we want to deliver, the application experience we want to deliver, and the majority of our time is spent on the actual fine-tuned ideas and concepts that we want to underpin the application with. So the implementation is very rough, so excuse us for that. But core functionality is there, and all it is about is expanding from this point onwards, and being able to develop that further for the needs of the demographic and the needs that, of NASA to be able to employ their own knowledge of the actual planning and preparation of a space launch, rather than just here's a rocket, fire it, and see how it goes. It's actual planning implementation that you don't get to see, and that's what we want to explore. And let's give you a quick demo. The implementation itself is in C#. We did start with Java, but based off the knowledge, coding ability of the group itself, we shifted it to C#. It's stretched out. Basic idea is there. If you want anyway. It's smaller resolution screen. Yeah. When we developed, we didn't. It's not responsive, so we didn't need that as an important thing in developing application. Anyway, I'll progress it. Anyway, so first stage, mission stage, where do you want to go? up here. First stage is mission statement, where we go, etc. So, want to know about the mission? About travel Mars, travel Moon, sorry, etc.
You can drop the resolution on there, can't you? If you right click on the desktop.
Yeah, but I can't.
Go higher.
It actually could go the other way. Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
Alright, so mission selected. You want to take missions. Obviously, we have more time to develop this. This would be more complex, user interface, etc. But we just wanted to present the basic ideas of what our system is. So now, progress bar progress at the top. You know how far you are through your you've got preparations, etc. You present with missions of vehicles for that specific mission. Obviously, in full implementation. One craft would be appropriate for one type of mission, or there'd be a variety of crafts that are appropriate for a certain mission. But anyway, we've got pretty incredibly in this demonstration. And then again, it is an application for younger students, demographics, high school and primary. So we'll want to learn about the mission, the vehicle story. It's got attributes that are associated with that vehicle that obviously would play a part in the final implementation of the software. So, etc. For its weight, the thrust, depending on what equipment you're going to take on, which I'll explore in the next stage. And there's range again. You choose a number of persons that will be able to take on craft. Obviously, it's just maximum 50, but that's very, that's not critical at all, but then again, demonstration purposes. Equipment you take on board, every piece of equipment is associated with a weight that would restrict the ability of that craft to be appropriate for that specific mission. Not enough, too much weight, craft's not designed for that purpose, it won't fly mission to fail. And the user would pay this aboard and they'd be notified that during the process is there when they're using the application itself. So obviously, setting out fuel you want, there's costs associated with fuel, etc. What payload, what equipment take on board that, such as all that. And then a final preparation screen. Are you ready for launch? You may go back and change your anything to do with the dot preparation. So if you're going to hold, so then add enough equipment underneath that's the preparation. Maybe so, and just final security check. You don't want to take off accidentally. Here we go, and the basic design planning screen. You'll be able to play again if that launch is successful. Assuming that the weight restrictions etc. will met that specific mission, you'll be able to play again, start again. More missions are unlocked, like the compulsion call loop that we were talking about earlier. We'll get the users, those who use the application, play again and again and again. They've got that right to be able to upgrade, to be able to aid with those other missions, and all while learning about the craft that NASA offers, the missions that they explore, and the actual steps and procedures that go into preparation for that mission. Thanks for that.
So there's so many future applications for this game. At the moment, we only have basic levels, basic missions. You can go to the moon, Mars, Titan, or to an asteroid. Those are just the basics. But in the future, you could add more NASA missions, add their current ones as they come in, add more rockets as they design them. Also, if we wanted to, you could turn this into a training program for future mission control people at NASA. Make it more complex, have more pre-launch options, such as more weight distribution and complex weight algorithms, have more equipment, specialized equipment,
different rocket profile tests, so making sure that it's all lined up properly. You can add all this in. So our game is sustainable, it can continue into the future. It is educational, we can help high school students become interested in science, in NASA. We can encourage them to become rocket scientists through this game. Thank you. Any questions?
Welcome the judges, invite the judges to ask questions and provide feedback. Starting with Lorraine.
Okay, well, that was a fantastic presentation. Thanks very much for that. Really cool that you guys got an MVP. That's awesome. So, how long did that MVP take you? Well, you finished rather early in the weekend, or did you do it 5 minutes before? Sorry, the minimum viable product, the game, the demo. Sorry.
Started at 9 o'clock in the morning.
So
we knew what we wanted to do,
Yeah.
and we spent the majority of time yesterday developing and fine-tuning our ideas and the actual purpose of what we're trying to deliver and the underlying values for the actual implementation MVP. And so we spent this morning developing it. We didn't believe it was the most important component of the project, the ideas, and what we're going to offer and how we're going to offer that is what we believe is the most important thing. So that's why we spent the majority of our time doing that.
Okay, fantastic. And so how long do you think it would take for you guys to deliver a final product? And I guess what would the business model be for it? How would you sell it? Where would you deploy it? How would you advertise it?
Well, I guess being NASA Space Application, we first approached NASA to see if they would have any use for it. If not, we could try the other space agencies around the world, the Japanese Space Agency, the European Space Agency, we could even one in China. And then after that, we'll go to the Australian government, see if they want to get high school students interested in space. In terms of the actual business model, we could implement that either through a school program or release it on the App Store for Apple and Android. And then set a certain price. We could have a free-to-play game with locked features. Those locked features become available when you pay for a paid version of the app. So there's a few different avenues to go down to make it live business.
Great presentation and a great effort to develop a demo app. And one suggestion I would say, using targeted high school students, I actually would recommend you probably the primary and even kindergarten, because the more educational stuff in there, I think to get the younger kids to get interested in the space and stuff like that. So, but it's very great effort.
Really good, very impressive how much you guys have done. I know that's a challenge in itself. And I would say if you're going to do Android and iOS, think about Windows 10. I mean, that's the Microsoft code. Like, we would love to have it. I guess it's no true. The only piece of feedback I had is, especially younger kids, we know they like the aspect of social gaming and sharing what they have. And I know you don't have time to do it, but think about ways how you can leverage social and let other people know and other people participate. So it's good.
Yeah, I echo everything the other judges have said so far. I think it's a fantastic effort to put something like this together and have a demonstration app. I'm an aerospace engineer, so I appreciate the effort that goes behind writing a code and getting it to work in a matter of hours. So that's well done. I also think my endorse what was just said, which is I think the social aspect to it is important because none of these missions are single-man effort. So if you can incorporate the app in your strategy plan, have a team of people work on a mission, which is really what happens, and different people have different jobs to fulfill in that mission. And there'll be gives and takes, and that's part of team management and a team effort issue. If you can think of something like that, that will make it a social game that people will be interested in playing together.
So yeah, from my side, congratulations. So yeah, pretty good effort for a weekend. So that's pretty impressive. My only comment is, for future, think about how can you develop, piece of software that's independent of the operating system, for instance. So, there will be, schools out there that they use Linux, for instance, because, it's free. So how would you, deploy this in a school where you use Linux, for instance? That matters, yes.
Thank you very much for your feedback. We would now like to present the challenges with their certificates. So, Glenn McGuire. Thank you for being a challenger. David Corporal. Lachlan Kaiser. Emily Entwistle. Kayla Adams. Andrew Entwistle. And Petra McCollum. We would now like to introduce the next team.
Yeah, so the next team will be doing the zero BG. So that's the zero gravity drone. Now think of like Amazon introduced the concept of, Amazon introduced the concept of having, let's say, packages delivered by drones. Why not do that on the space station where you have low gravity? Let's look at that. And these guys have looked at the idea. Let's see what they've done. So he's introduced zero BG.
Yeah, that is cool. So when you have that's what we really want to
Really good show.
Hi everyone. Today we are going to present about our 0GB drone, and we are the team UQZGB Ops, Australia. So today we're going to present about our design and simulation of the drone to use in any way to assist with the moving item around 5 pounds, which is 2 kg. So for this purpose of our design and simulation is for the weightlessness and zero gravity environment. We became a major design to change compared to the terrestrial applications. The key aim for the challenge are to define a drone, design and implement a software simulator. And for example, open source drone simulator is provided in the resource section. So what are the drones? Drones are the aircraft to have no human pilot on board. In 20th century, piloted aircraft made far greater progress than the drone. But now we are in the 21st century, changes in both drone technologies and drone economy become popular. With the popularity, the question has arisen whether this more inexpensive drone can cope with the upcoming challenges with the existing technology, whether it is suitable design for adaptation to the space environment. Our challenge involved developing a drone designed to the autonomous for use in human habitable space station. An autonomous drone is the one that is designed to operate without the intervention of a human operation and to be able to complete tasks on its own. So we are looking to create a small drone to be used for logistics on the current space station, as well as for the future large-scale space station development. Our design needs to carry a payload of 2 kg within the confines of a spacecraft or a space station. To assist the design progress, we will need to develop a simulation of our drone model inside a zero gravitational environment. So to elaborate more about our project, our design and simulation, I will pass this to my team member, Tom, to present.
Thank you. Okay, so one of the examples provided by the NASA Space Apps was a quadcopter, and I'm sure most of you have heard of quadcopters before. So they use 4 motors with rotors attached to provide lift. So to move forward, the 2 rear rotors increased in velocity to create forward motion. The same technique can be used to create side-to-side translational motion and in motion in the Z direction. So there are currently multiple examples of drones used in the industry today or are being developed. For example, the Amazon Prime Air. They're developing drones to deliver their packages. So that's going to be used in the US very soon. So that's one such example. But all of these examples are used in Earth application. So they rely on gravity for stability. So after they've moved forward a certain distance, gravity stabilizes the craft again. And we're to improve on this by developing algorithms that look at stabilization in zero gravity. If you like to move to the next slide. We've come up with 2 designs. One design is the AR drone, which currently exists already, and the adaptation of the Spheres program, which is a program that NASA is working on at the moment on the ISS. So we've looked at multiple applications our designs can be used for. One is the International Space Station, exploration of mining on asteroids, and Earth applications such as delivery of medicine and other important goods. So what Sue covered before, we'll be able to transfer 2 kilogram payloads within the ISS. We can use this to assist astronauts in experimental programs. These could be carrying tool bags to help with modifications and repairs, as well as a camera if they want to use their hands and just want a camera following them around the space station. And also carrying payloads in hazardous conditions where astronauts cannot go. And also, if it occurs, onboard fires, multiple drones can be used in collaboration to put out these fires. Next, I'd like to present Z. Z and Robbie.
We have came up with a conceptual design, which is inspired by the NASA Spheres project. Our idea is to have a octagonal shape for the chassis, the body. So since we're operating in the International Space Station, so there would be minimal gravity. So we have decided to use thrusters to propel the object around. So the idea is we use, I guess, ultrasonic and infrared sensors for positioning of the craft, and we would use gyro and accelerometers to basically measure the stability of the craft. So how the thrusters work is we have 8 sides, 8 panels. So 4 of the so that's the top view of our design. So the one at the top, bottom, left, and right thrusters, they are positioned, they are aligned to the horizon, so it will provide thrust in all directions, so you can move forward, back, and left and right. And you might notice on the diagonal, this thruster and that one is facing up, so they are angled 45 degrees from the horizon. So our idea is to use these two to propose the device upwards, which forces it to go down, and the other one is positioned 45 degrees downwards, so that would provide us sort of like upward lift. So this would enable us to, using all of the thrusters, we would able to maneuver around in three-dimensional space. So part of our design is to enable the craft to pick up objects. So we came up with a very simple idea of using basically high-performance Velcro. So the circular patch at the top and bottom. So that so we have a large surface area at the top, so it's easily you can attach objects onto it and for it to be transport very easily. Would you like to elaborate?
So if the Velcro, the Velcro is basically for like really heavy objects, but for sort of lighter objects, we thought of electromagnetism. We weren't sure whether or not that would interfere with anything on the spacecraft, but just having electromagnets would be much easier to pick something up and drop something off at a different location. Because if you have Velcro, it's very hard to detach it, and you sort of need like it to bump into something and then fall off. But with the electromagnets, it's much easier to like turn it on and turn it off. So we also thought about having a net to sort of catch the object, but it's much easier to just have one drone instead of multiple coordinating. So yeah, the electromagnets and the Velcro are probably the best option. So for the coal gas thrusters, we thought, for the propulsion, we thought about coal gas thrusters. That's what these spheres uses at the moment, and also just general like rotors. So what quadcopters use already. What we reasoned was for the quadcopters, to maintain stability, it needs gravity, the force of gravity. So when you sort of like turn it to move, it relies on the gravity force to move it that way. But in weightless environment, like when you turn it, it just keeps turning. So instead of turning, we want a system to like translate it instead. So the coal gas thrusters are especially useful for that. And for a potential application, obviously asteroid mining could be something that it could be adapted to. And in the code that we develop in following week, we have varying gravity fields and try and manage it to adapt to those varying gravity fields. And now pass on to Hush to talk about the applications.
Simulations are very important with complex systems such as UAVs in zero gravity, or it could be UAV on Earth as well. We're using ROS, Robot Operating System, which provides a lot of tools and already has existing libraries, which can help us design robotic systems. And we're using Gazebo as the simulation tool to that is in conjunction with ROS. So we use it to simulate the robot. Some of the future goals that we don't currently have implemented with Gazebo would be that running the simulation in a zero gravity environment. Right now it's running at negative 9.8 meters per second squared, like gravity, proper gravity on Earth. And design a Gazebo model for the final drone concept. We don't actually have a final drone concept right now. We just have advantages and disadvantages for the designs we showed before, the drone and the sphere adaptation. Yeah, implement the controller for autonomy. So right now, there are existing functions to access the sensors on board the
robot, which is the parrot drone, and we can use them to design a system which is autonomous, fully autonomous, and guided across the terrain. Add more features such as obstacle avoidance. So, for example, if it's human habitable spacecraft, there'll be humans around, and you don't want the UAV to like collide. And 3D mapping using multiple cameras for localization, and yeah. My friend Nathan will show simulation on laptop. Okay, so the software we're using for the world contains multiple houses and a built environment. One of the models is our quadcopter, the AR drone that we mentioned before. So it's just like a similar. So I come to play forward. So that was just a semi-command takeoff. Still having time to run. So this is how to start keep it velocity.
It's a bit shy. Okay, so flying around.
can access the camera. So you can get output from the sensitive. You can also get all the pose information, so the attitude of the model and all the velocities. So, also stop. So the idea is that we take this as a base and plug in a controller relay around it to provide the input so that we have to play with it like that.
Thank you so much, guys. So we'll quickly put it over to the judges to ask some questions unless anyone from the audience has any questions. All right, Jeff.
In your simulation, did you actually simulate a zero-J environment? Did you
No,
turn
that
off-
was,
No,
we couldn't do that. That was on controls. We're having problems with, so while it's running, you can actually switch the gravity. You can change all the physics parameters as well.
Yeah.
We were trying to do that, but we were running into problems. So
Yeah, it's one big problem.
exactly. So that's just one of the things we're working on.
Did you look at like airship models and that type of thing, which they're lighter than air, so they'll have some similarities? Did you look at how those would, the kind of, I don't know, the kind of thinking behind that, how it would work with this system?
We didn't actually look at a glimpse of a lot of them airships.
I just think they're generally harder to control. Like movement in the direction, like going up and down, and because helicopters are really agile, so we started looking into those straight away. They have a lot of agility, so they'll be able to maneuver around objects within the ISS space station.
I'm a propulsion engineer, so I'm going to get into the propulsion side of things. Can you go to your schematic showing your propulsion system? All right, so I think the devil is going to be in the details for this design, because what pressures were you thinking of compressing your CO2 to? Because that's really going to determine how much flight time you get out of this.
We're looking at the Spheres program, the NASA Spheres program. They have a flight time of 2 hours, and they use the same cold gas thrusters. And they have a mass of 4 kilograms, so we're aiming to have similar properties to the spheres they use.
Okay. But they're presumably carrying the cold gas on board to start with, right?
Yes,
so you have a chance of
stuff on
compressing it
board.
to
Compressing it
to whatever. That's one. Second thing from this, to me, it seems like if one of your thrusters that are on the 45 angle thrusters, if one of them fails, you lose capability because you'll be spinning. Yeah,
that would be a problem. So, like we sort of mentioned, this is very conceptual. So it's just our initial design. So we would sort of use this as a basis.
So
and
my recommendation there would be to make all of them movable thrusters.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that all of them can function as any, so that you don't lose redundancy, or you have redundancy in your design.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We would like to award you with certificates now. Past tenure. Robert Cronin. Dick Wong. Thomas Devon. Nathan Gurr. And Sue. We'd now like to welcome the next team.
All right, yeah, so this next massive team currently is the Deep Space CamSat. So I don't know if you guys have heard of like CubeSats and that type of thing. So CubeSats, pretty much small satellites about like this size cube. They're very small, and they've been developing over the past 2 years. 2 years ago, there was a CubeSat challenge with the space apps. So this year, what they're looking at is having a deep space one. They want to go in deep space and take photographs of like some planetary event or something interesting. So I guess these guys have tell us what they've come up with. Put your hand together for them. Thank you very much.
Imagine a world where technology has advanced beyond its current bounds, where community engagement is at stellar levels. My name is Emmanuel Sadiwater, and today, with my colleagues Abhishek, Steve, Jay, Brock, and Kieran, we will be discussing our CAMSAT program. We would like to first define our problem that we're going to address. So, our problem is we have to design and model a feasibility application for our CubeSat, as you can see on the right-hand side of the screen. And this is going to be on a hypothetical deep space mission to Mercury. We'd like to address the events of interest to both the scientific and the general community, as we want to involve the industry as well as the community to improve the engagement levels between those two facets. Now, we would like to come up with several solutions, if not fully complete, just ideas that we have come up with. So our first one is our launching mechanism, followed by geometry, propulsion, hardware interaction, retrieve guidance, recovery for reuse, and connecting public to the satellite. I'd like to now introduce Abhishek to take on the first topic.
Thank you very much, Eman. The launch system is the very first part that allows the CAMSAT to be sent into space. Now, whether it be one CAMSAT sent into space or multiple, this depends on the launch system itself. Basic launch systems at the moment are similar to the ones as seen on the right-hand side of the screen. At the moment, NASA gives opportunities to current universities to design their own CAMSATs to be launched into space. This program is great for engineering students in current universities that want to get involved. However, this only engages university students and doesn't allow the wider community to have an access. The general idea behind these launch systems is they're basically called the POD, and they operate with a spring mechanism that basically allows the CAMSATs, which sit in the rail here, to be basically shot out into space. There are 4 rails on either side, as seen by the circles there, that help guide the CAMSAT as it's basically propelled out through the system. Now, further applications that has been researched is actually shooting the entire POD device out, also using a spring mechanism. And then from there, the individual CubeSats can be launched again through a spring mechanism. In terms of basically allowing a CubeSat to go to Mercury, further changes need to be made. Currently, CubeSats are used to orbit Earth, and while and this is relatively easy because you don't need a large velocity to launch it off from the spaceship. However, if we want to actually launch a CubeSat into Mercury's orbit, we need to first escape Earth's velocity. So we have come up with some considerations which can be used to shoot the CubeSat into Mercury's orbit would be to use basically a greater spring constant. This will allow more energy to be stored in the springs, so when shot, a greater velocity, and hopefully this will be able to escape Earth's gravitational potential and be launched towards Mercury. Another possibility is using an air cannon. Now, the full effects of using an air cannon in space have not been fully addressed due to time constraints, but it would be a very interesting project to look into in the future. I will now pass it on to Steve, who will be talking about the geometry and how this affects cancer.
I'll talk briefly about geometry as a preliminary consideration that we had in terms of the stability of the craft. Some of you fellow students may recognize the image as a fairly common orbital dynamics exam question, and most of us have the exact same question. Essentially, the smaller axis here will be stable in the short term as something rotates. And in the long term, we will have more stability about the larger axis. So our design will be not book-shaped, but similar to this. So we have a larger axis, so we can determine the rotation as the CamSat goes around the planet. You want to do my planet? Basically, the problem we saw was that we need a camera to be facing the planet as it goes around, and rather than having moving parts or too many moving parts to move the camera, we want to orient the CubeSat so that it does face the planet the whole time. Essentially, we'll give it not too much spin, but in the long term, it will be spinning about this axis as it comes around the planet. And hopefully we'll get a lot of good images from that. In addition to that, we'll attempt to stop the spin using propulsion, and essentially we'll do that as well.
So as my colleague said, currently CubeSats aren't used for deep space missions. They're generally used to orbit the Earth. Now, for attitude control and general propulsion for orbits around the Earth, they use magneto-torques. Now, these are just coils of wire, send a current through them, and you get a magnetic field. And this can be used with the Earth's magnetic field to create movements. These are very small. And the problem with this, with deep space missions, for example, to Mercury, is that in space there is no magnetic field, and other planets such as Mercury only have small magnetic fields. For Mercury, 1.1% of Earth. So these magneto-torques aren't exactly viable for maneuvers. So we need to come up with another system for this. And also with deep space missions, it's also highly desirable to be able to have small thrust maneuvers just in case there's any misalignments or to keep things in line. So we looked at this, and one thing we saw was that current designs don't allow we don't want highly pressurized vessels, because obviously when it's on the mothership, it can be quite dangerous. Same with combustibles. So solutions to this are either plasma pulse thrusters or liquid gas. Now, we've found that liquid gas would probably be the most viable because in liquid form, whilst it may be heavy, you can store a lot of mass and at low pressures. And when you eject it, you can get quite reasonable thrusts out of it, more than you can get out of the magneto-torques, and on the same scale as, say, pulse thrusters. Now, this won't be able to provide large maneuvers, but it will be able to align it and hopefully, if there's any mistake in the trajectory, be able to fix that. Now, that was our second part of the journey. Now, the CubeSat will, exit Earth, go around the planet, and hopefully return. And with return, we need to think about docking. And I'll pass over to Rob to talk about docking mechanisms.
Thanks, Dave. All right, so at the end of the journey, the satellite needs to be retrieved. We're also going to recover it, which is really great because that is a huge improvement in sustainability, which means we can reuse the satellite. So I and my team, we've looked into light detection and ranging, otherwise known as LiDAR. So this needs to fulfill a couple of goals. So my question is, can it guide the satellite towards the final docking mechanism after the mission? Yes, I will talk to you more about that in the next slide. And our next one is, can it describe the shape and surface characteristics of Mercury? It can. It has previously been used to describe the shape and surface characteristics of Earth. So I'm suggesting to you, why not Mercury? This implies that this data can be sent back to the Earth to be useful to the scientific community. So that implies a dual usage of this technology, both to guide the satellite towards the mothership after its mission, and to also send important data back to Earth to be analyzed, and more information can be gained about Mercury itself. All right, so the final approach of the satellite, I'll just give you a brief description of this to dock. So in the long range, so this is an order of kilometers, which is rather accurate for space when you consider other technologies as well. So there's a small number of range technologies obtained from the partial field of view. because it's a long range, so it can only see a few parts of the satellite. So these are used to estimate a 3D center of gravity, which then provides initial guidance. So the satellite and the space station can talk to each other, small corrections can be made, etc. And in the medium range, the field of view fully contains the satellite. So you have more surface features, that means more accurate range, and you can compute both position and orientation to further line the satellite up. And in the short range, the field of view is only used to detect the docking interface. So we want to line the docking interface up with the docking mechanism on the spaceship. So in this case, we will use magnetorquers to take over for the final retrieval. So I'll explain more about this in the next slide. Okay, so these magnetorquers, as Jay has talked about, so we're planning, instead of using the Earth, because we're not trying to line it up with the Earth, we're trying to line it up with the space station. So if we oppose the currents in the coils in both the ChemSat and the International Space Station, we can mate the two together as opposite magnetic fields attract, so the final docking can be accomplished. So we use the LiDAR to line it up, and then the magnetorquers to finally join them together, so it can be docked to the International Space Station for further use. And now I will pass on about the hardware interaction to Kieran.
Thank you. As Rod just mentioned, today I'll be talking about battery management and hardware interactions. But firstly, I'll be talking about the energy management for now. There are two things that we look for energy management. Firstly, rechargeability, reliability. Therefore, for our first concept, we will be implementing a rechargeable battery into the CubeSat, which will then be charged after we retrieve it back into the space station. And in a case of emergency, if the battery fails, we revert to photovoltaic cells, which can provide an alternative source of energy. However, this is limited to areas where there's sunlight exposure. Therefore, future research will be needed for this area. And now we'll be talking about hardware interaction. This is the current concept that we're aiming to follow. Pretty much all the battery cells energy from the battery cell and solar panel will be directed towards the microcontroller, which will then in turn connect the attitude control, data storage, camera, tracking system. The attitude control will be used so that we can maintain the orientation of the CamSat and make sure that it is in line so we can get the highest quality photo that we can obtain. And tracking system will be used so we can monitor the CamSat's position and pretty much where it's going at all times. After all these components are processed by the microcontroller, then a transmission device will be used to link the CamSat and space station together, allowing the crew member to communicate with the camera. So when do you take photos, which photos do you want, when do you want to start recording, etc. There's a lot of potential in that area. And also, it will allow us to monitor the CubeSat's path and position, so ensuring that the CubeSat is safe, it will arrive as we predicted at the correct time. For attitude control, initially we thought about using magnetometer, but as previously mentioned, Mercury has a very weak magnetic field. Therefore, this technology is rendered inappropriate. An alternative solution that we've chosen is utilizing a gyroscope to maintain the attitude control. In other words, allowing us to measure when do we need propulsion and how much of it do we need. Now we're passing back to, yep.
Okay, now, after all this engineering talk, I would like to address how we can get involved as people on Earth. Now, we've thought about several solutions, and everyone is on social media, and if you don't know about it, get on it. So we have Facebook and Instagram, and we'd like to send out #MISC, which is what our branding is. So we were hoping with this, we can at least get community engagement. And you're asking, what are we going to share on this, and what are you going to receive? Well, we're hoping with our photos, and maybe with video capabilities and possible tracking systems, we can get you, the people involved in the experience. So we would update it with photos, maybe with videos, and if R&D goes to plan, then we can possibly have some sort of tracking system so you can monitor where it has been. So you are involved with it as it goes along in space. Now, along with this, we're thinking, how can we get more people involved? So personally, I can say that I was not informed very heavily about CubeSats before I heard about the NASA Space Apps event. So I would like to get more people involved, get more people to understand what they exactly are. So how can we achieve this? Through possible NASA workshops. But we can't provide this to everyone, can we? And thus, we can link this in with our Facebook and possible Instagrams. So with our shares, we may select those people to subject maybe their university or their workplace that they can nominate, and we can allocate to those people possible workshops. And then those we can talk about how we designed it, our application phase, how they can possibly, as they do maybe further research, get involved with the actual team. So we want a learning development stage where we just don't have our own team, but we want to incorporate other people into our team as well. So those are our 3 phases. And overall, what do we want to achieve? Global awareness and learning. Because that's what NASA is all about, and that's what we want to project. So we are designing an engineering concept with community engagement. And now I'd just like to further address what we've talked about today. So in our talk for CubeSats, we have talked about our launch, geometry, propulsion, hardware interaction, retrieval guidance, recovery for reuse, and connecting people from the public to possible satellite interaction. And I would just like to finish off with a quote. You might be familiar with NASA, and we hope to see you on a deep space journey for the benefit of all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys. So question time now. Any questions from the audience? You got something? Well, sweet.
What's your background?
Well, us 5 were all mechanical engineers, so yeah.
And I'm second year mechanical
engineering. All right.
What does MINC stand?
Mission Instacam. Yeah. So it's just a play on the Instagram because we thought we were funny. Any other questions?
The satellite launch mechanism, if you can quickly flip to that slide. I noticed you got Newton's second law of motion there, but how do you address Newton's third law of motion?
Yeah, so basically, imagine like if you're trying to launch something, like of course there's going to be reaction. So with that, like you can use a thruster mechanism on the International Space Station to counteract it.
Yeah. So you thought that through.
Yeah. So did you guys did a preliminary power budget? Because I can see that you have a LiDAR, you have very small satellites, so you got solar panels which are not going to produce a lot of energy. You got batteries, you got LiDARs, you got cameras. LiDARs are very, very power hungry. Right?
So we got 20 watts. LiDARs. So 2D LiDARs take about 20 watts, 3D LiDARs probably will.
So I mean, you might end up with a concept that only lasts for a couple of hours. Right?
Yeah. So we've done a little bit of a prior art analysis on this cost, and other universities have gone into this, such as actually MIT is planning to perhaps launch their own CubeSat, and obviously they have a lot of funding, and it may perhaps be in the high hundreds of thousands or millions. And as I can talk about what I said at the very last point of the PowerPoint, perhaps we could do that in reverse or in complement. So we want to generate information and data about this before we present it, when we get people involved. As I was discussing with my colleagues before, with Richard Branson's projects, perhaps he has not fully completed his project and it hasn't launched, but there's lots of interest, there's lots of income, there's lots of this. So we need to get people in the community to know about what we're doing in order to put our money to what we want. Obviously, if we don't do that, we have to restrict down and source our budget, but that is for further research and development.
I have a question. The flip side of the power is the weight. So if you call it a CubeSat, there is I guess already a concept of what that would be and a weight limitation of it already. How big is this? And
yep, so the dimensions are 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters, and the nominal weight is about 1 kilogram.
Yeah, and that's what I understand it to be. But
yeah.
Then you have a LiDAR, and then you get you see quickly you start to blow that weight.
Yeah, of course this starts to come into account, so we'll have to make design changes. But as Eamon was saying, we have to get the interest out there first. the important part is fostering this interest to possibly allow sponsorship.
And by the way, these are just questions I'm trying to
Yeah.
to come to grips with it. But if you can do it,
Yeah.
you got a lot of patents.
Yes.
I have a question. So how many of these will you be floating around in space at once?
To my known knowledge, in 2012 there was about 27 launched from NASA and varying universities that also did research into it. 2013 somewhere about 30, and then last year there was also some launches. So at the moment, there's been about 100 launches. There's not been much research into recovery. So what happens to me? No one knows. Who knows? But yes, I mean, in terms of cost, I mean, sensors and stuff that you have in there are in the orders of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. So using a recovery system is more cost beneficial, and the application of reuse. It's kind of like with die casting. It's like you make one die, and if you make one, it will cost millions. But I mean, if you mass produce it and if you can reuse it again, then the unit cost goes down. So that's beautiful. Yes.
What's your cost benefit analysis on delta V spent to get the thing back so that you can actually retrieve it? Because there's a fair amount of additional fuel that you need to get it back. Wouldn't that just increase the cost to such a point that it starts becoming not feasible to retrieve? Or have you performed that sort of function?
We haven't directly addressed that, but with the retrieval, we're hoping to use magnetotorques, which use electrical currents. Actually, I didn't complete up, but yeah, we're not using a lot of fuel, hopefully, so then the cost effectiveness won't be too much of a drama, but we haven't directly addressed that issue. We need to look into it more.
I like the I like the presentation, very powerful, great job. And I also like the idea of using Facebook and Instagram, social media, community. And I just want to know that end of next week, what sort of application you guys can develop out of?
Yes. Yes, okay, so we'll go off the questions that have been asked, obviously. So the things that we haven't addressed yet, we'll try and broaden, also narrow down our scope, be more realistic. Probably look into cost-benefit analysis and also the weight as well. Obviously, that's an important factor. And also the power consumption as well. So we'll try and narrow those down to try and get a more feasible design.
And as Brock was saying before, in order to make public interest for it, there's also possibilities of making the application, as you said before. So Facebook and Instagram is only one part. Two of the things that we possibly thought about. We can also think about how people can get involved exactly with that. So maybe they want to find out specifically, maybe a fact page, question and answer, maybe just a simple app question, how can you implement this in real life? How can I get involved? Just click on that, then it'll show you information for that. We just want to be quick, succinct, and have the information available to the public. So nothing too complicated.
Thank you very much to the judges for your feedback. And we'd like to in special appreciation for efforts to address challenges on and off planet Earth. So please, Emmanuel Sagewater. Kieran Chen. Jade Withen. Stephen Acarana. Eddie Sheck. We'd now like to invite Team 4.
All right, guys. Next team is a bit of a small team. They're a team doing a game on lava tubes. So this should be very exciting. They're quite skilled gentlemen. We'll see what they have for us. Put your hands together for Team Lava Tubes.
the seats are empty, so they're going to be on the other side to this side, so they'll have to look all the way. We have like five.
Oh, yeah, quickly, while waiting, there's heaps of seats here, so if you like feeling awake or far away, you can quickly jump over to this side of the room, where there's like better view. How are we going with the setup? Good? Alright, yeah, we'll just let everyone move around.
Just the aircon.
Yeah, we'll just use this as a toilet break as well while we're waiting.
Oh, yeah.
So in the kitchen, there's a glasses. Hold it.
Oh yeah, I'm also.
Right, guys. Once people get seated, we're back on. So once you get lava tubes, you're up. Put your hands together for
Alright, good afternoon, guys. My name's Raj, and I'm Will, and we're here to present to you our game, Lava Tubes. Lava Tubes is a survival game. I'll go a little bit into the game a little bit later. But firstly, I'd like to ask you, when do you think we will get to a state where we need to escape and go to Mars? Tomorrow? Tomorrow? That's 20 years time? In 50 years time? At where, sorry?
6:30.
Oh, yeah. Tonight, yeah. To keep that by 5. So the prospect is open, right? And Mars is a potential place we could go to. So we like to keep it open as developers. And what we tried to do was understand if we are to go to Mars, what does the public think about that? We found out most of the public, not most, but there are people in the public who are a little bit scared about that. It is a bit of a scary concept because a lot of the times it's because we don't know. It's that fear of the unknown factor that comes into play. And so we thought, why not tackle this in an educational context? The best way we thought would be to create a game. I know a game is for entertainment purposes, and our target audience being younger generations, you guys, our future generations, we felt like a game would be the perfect platform through which we can address this issue. So through this game, it's a survival game on Mars. We hope to educate people about what life on Mars would be like, what your daily issues would be like, what kind of decisions you would have to make, and yeah, hopefully you'll learn from that.
Okay, so first of all, what are lava tubes? So lava tubes are found on both Earth, the Moon, and on Mars. So what happens is when there's lava flowing, right, the outside cools faster than the inside, and the inside, the lava is still flowing. So once that stops, you actually kind of have just a tube, a natural form cave. And then on Mars, it could become a protective shelter of sorts from dust storms and from meteorite showers. So it's a natural place to live on Mars when you don't want to just build a huge skyscraper, pretty much. So yeah. So if we were to colonize Mars, it would be a pretty good place. You could get resources, water, and yeah, those things. So why should you care about where do we live on Mars? So for example, what are the main problems we will face on Mars? First of all, oxygen, water, food. Those are 3 main things we need on Earth that we need to also find on Mars. So how do we do that? Water. So for example, electrolysis. From water, we can get oxygen and we can get hydrogen. The oxygen, obviously, you need to breathe, right? You don't want to die on Mars, right? You don't want that to happen ideally. So for example, from water, we can get water from the polar ice caps. We can also get it in the lava tubes. And through that, we can get oxygen. And this is just a picture of Mars. So say if we were to colonize Mars today, it's some of the technology we would need to think about. So using electrolysis, we'd be able to get the fundamental, I guess, qualities of life on Mars.
Also to add to that, inside lava tubes we also find a lot of minerals and metals, such as plutonium. Plutonium being one of the metals that the Mars rover actually needs as energy. It's an ideal place to go to if we were to multiply the number of rovers we have by the time we get to Mars. So let's play the game. You're in the year 2050, and this is what Earth looks like. It's overpolluted. The human society and civilization and our species are almost extinct, and we have to find a way to repopulate. And our only option, well, one of our only options is going to Mars. So you are the captain, that's a user, and you have a fleet of 4 people, and your mission is to go to Mars and recolonize our human society, and then obviously communicate back to us, us living on Earth, and let us know that it's safe, it's good, and let us, yeah, pretty much come over. So your mission
is to get to Olympus Mons. So this is the highest mountain on Mars. It's like 4 times higher than Mount Everest. So that's crazy, right? Just think about it. Mount Everest times 4, right? Okay. Now, so around that here, let's just say there, right? That's going to be a really big lava tube, and that's what we're aiming for, Olympus Mons. And we want to get there as the end goal of the game. And that's just chapter 1. Getting there, settling down is chapter 1. Chapter 2, we're hopefully actually growing out the civilization.
So the first part of the game is that the user will firstly be asked, all right, you're going to Mars, what are you going to take? And the aim is to basically leave it open to the user. So we're going to offer all of these options up, and you can only take 3 items. Obviously, some of them are very far-fetched. You mentioned so. Some of them are actually better than others. And the idea is to leave it open to the user because we're trying to immerse the user into this so that they really understand what Mars will be like, and they're responsible for their own decisions from the beginning of the game. And so, what do you guys reckon? What would you take? Chocolate? Sorry?
You need clothes.
Coke?
You need clothes.
Sorry?
Clothing.
Clothing, yeah. You got spacesuits.
Post them in.
Just to clarify, that's the driver's license, right? Drive your Mars. Yes. No, you don't want to crash your rover?
Yeah. So I think I'd definitely take some dehydrated food from the market. Some with some coffee beans.
Would you guys get lonely without your pets? Your goldfish, maybe?
You're actually aiming at chicken. They can be pets.
Okay, so let's begin the game. Crap, we've crashed, right? We're too far away from this one. Yeah, so that's why we also need the driver's license, because we need to get there. So yeah, so we've crash landed. We're too far away from Olympus Mons, so we need to get there. So another issue is our communication equipment is down. We need to communicate back to Earth. And we're running on water because some of the supplies, water supplies have broken. It's been lost water. So what do? Along the way, the person, it's a first-person game. The person will need to travel by the polar ice caps where there's going to be water. You can melt it down once you take it away, of course. And there's also going to be a crashed satellite that was actually orbiting Mars a few years back from 2050. So we're going to visit these 2 places just before we get to Olympus Mons. Yep, and this is just a map.
So we started with the crash site, and move away down to polar ice caps, as you mentioned before, and the wreckage, Olympus Mons. So these are all your checkpoints throughout the game, obviously save points, and there will be time restrictions to get to each of the places, which we'll explain in a couple of minutes.
And just before we go on, so the main aim of the game is exploration and understanding what life on Mars would be like. So obviously the whole landscape will be mainly red because it's Mars, high in iron. But once we get to polar ice caps, for example, the character will experience extreme cold. His health will decrease really, really fast. Someone might die, someone might get sick.
So you really have to prioritize in that sense.
Yeah.
So the overall impending doom factor is oxygen. From the beginning, because you crashed, oxygen levels are already very low. And as you progress through and you explore more of Mars, the oxygen levels will decrease even more and more rapidly, especially when you get near the polar ice caps. So you've really got to prioritize the fact that you need to get to Olympus Mons, but at the same time, you've got a certain amount of oxygen to explore. The more you explore, the more easy it is for future human civilizations to come through, so you get experience points per se. But also, the more you explore, the more oxygen you use, the more stamina you use in your person. You also need to increase your resources, so you need to go to these lava tubes where you can find metal to repair your rovers. You need to go to these lava tubes to retrieve water to electrolyze into oxygen and hydrogen for your fuel.
So congratulations, we got to Olympus Mons. So this is only chapter 1. Getting there was half the journey. Next, so since you've gathered resources, you've gathered population, you've had some oxygen left. So all these resources go into part 2 of the game, which we were thinking of expanding. So part 2 of the game is actually living on Mars. Part 1, which is simply getting to Olympus Mons. And the more the quicker you get there, the more, I guess, places you explore, the more population you have, the more resources. Gives you more of an advantage in chapter 2 of the game.
All right, so let's get to the business side of it. Who are we going to target? Obviously, we're aiming at 2 different industries, being NASA, we're obviously aiming at the educational industry, but also the entertainment industry. In terms of the educational industry, we're aiming at science museums as well as NASA and other space agencies around the world. We hope that, because they have larger budgets, they can accommodate virtual reality headsets and the like, to really allow the youth to immerse into the Martian atmosphere, into the environment and play as if they're walking on Earth, literally. With the entertainment industry, we're really hoping to create a mobile platform app at the beginning, and then move ourselves up to PS4, Xbox, and the PC. So that more users around the world can experience this, learn from it, and play it as being the main intention. And obviously, our target market are young adults. We hope that we won't have to go to Mars tomorrow or the day after. It'll be in 20 or 30 or 40 years' time. And by then, it'll be us who will be the adults, who will be the majority of the population. So educating us, we feel, is the main priority. But obviously, old people like to play games as well.
Alright, cool. So what are the strengths and opportunities? The strength is we plan to use Unreal Engine, the game engine, to develop our application. What's good about it? You code once, you deploy to all. So with Unreal Engine, you can deploy to mobile, next generation console and PC at the same time. You don't need to recompile, you don't need to recode. So that's a really good thing about using Unreal Engine. Nothing is using blueprints. So since I am actually a coder, but I am very, very, very lazy. So using blueprints in Unreal Engine, you just drag and drop, you go from here, yes, I want to do that, yes, okay, good. You just draw one line, you don't need to go some coding, whatever, semicolons. So using Unreal Engine and blueprints makes game iteration really fast, and that's a really good strength. And the opportunities we can use on that strength is we can use VR headsets like Oculus or the new HTC Vive. But since it is Microsoft here, I'd like to mention HoloLens. I'm going to mention HoloLens. So that's an opportunity there. We can collaborate with Microsoft to develop HoloLens and make this an interactive game. Yes.
Yep. Of course, every project has its weaknesses, and we do agree that some of our weaknesses are we want a really graphically intense game, not graphically.
And next generation
graphics. So it will take a lot of time to make. We don't think it's not doable because we have programs like Unreal Engine where coders like us and young students can actually access game design very easily. But of course, it's very time consuming. Also, this kind of project hasn't ever been done before, so there's a chance that whilst we go and deploy the product, someone else, like Activision, might use the same idea, make a better game. So we're hoping to really sell the intellectual property or really sell the idea, because we really want to educate people. And that's the main aim of this project. Yeah, and that's pretty much our thread as well, I guess.
All right, so just briefly mentioning other sources of revenue. So for example, we can release on Xbox One first before PS4. That will give us, give the Xbox One an advantage, and we can probably benefit from that. And for example, we could release for the Oculus Rift and HoloLens, and then we might say, okay, we might wait a bit on Project Morpheus. So we can say, okay, because we're releasing on your platform first, can we get a sponsorship? So that's, yeah, money. Cool.
That's a brief snippet of the game. We really want to
Let's
show
just
the game, but we're having a little bit of technical difficulty just connecting the service program to the projector, which is pretty ironic. But yeah, any questions?
So this is just a screenshot. You can play with it later if you want to on the tablet. So yeah.
That's the first one.
How long do you think it would take to move from the start of the game to the end of stage 1?
Yeah, so I think we anticipated, we were aiming for at least a 5-hour run time if you were playing from start to end. And I thought that was for chapter 1 of the game to get to that Mount Optimus. And yeah, that I think was pretty realistic. Yeah.
You got a picture of a weapon there. Do you expect Martians?
Oh no, it's sorry. That was just it came part of the game, and yeah.
So it came part of the first person.
Yeah, it came as part of the starter packet for the first-person shooter Unreal Engine.
As part of the NASA education mission, I guess you can replace a lot of mission objectives along the way, digging and looking at minerals.
Yeah. So that's a good idea as well. So for example, we can have on landscape something shiny. You can say, if we go there, investigate, what is this? It's an aluminium ore, something like that. So yeah. That's not a question.
I guess as Homo sapiens, we should feel ironic about the fact that we go back to living in caves.
Yeah, pretty much. We've got no other choice.
But how real are your real parameters? Like you said, there's water in the ice caps going in Mars. What kind of water is that? Is that contaminated? Is that potable water? I mean, a lot of realism needs to be put into your assumptions.
It's something we need to investigate. So for example, by 2050, we might have filters to actually even take care of microbes that might be living in the water on Mars.
On Mars.
Well, let's not go there, but it could have been. They're saying it could have been inhabited long time.
I do agree with what you're saying, though. There has to be that realistic element. And what we went off were, because obviously we haven't got a definitive, yes, there's water. But where we went off speculations and potential, so we found scientific readings where on polar ice caps, there's speculation that there will be water there. So we went off that speculation and a little bit of imagination to that.
Some just general feedback. A very popular learning game, and it's popular because they managed to make studying history very fun. This is in the US, of course. You may have played it in Australia, so you played it in Oregon Trail. Yeah, so go look at Oregon Trail because it is real American history, and I myself know about the pushed expansion West because I played that game nonstop when I was young. But it's a really good way to take something that really happens fast and get into an audience, and you have a huge opportunity to kind of make at least the beginning of your game, Oregon Trail of Mars, where you use actual facts and you learn something, and it'll save you from the history realms. And a lot of the things you talk about here actually were problems during Oregon Trail as well. You get caught in the mountains because you left 1 month late, you die in a snowstorm, and you never make it. So that's one. The other thing was you talked about building an Unreal, which is a great engine with a lot of benefits to it. But there are modules out there. I don't know if you ever heard of a survival game called Arma, which is the world's most frustrating game, but it's easily modded. And there's a game called AZ where they've actually taken modded core engine and they built this entire world on top. And they didn't have to do any of the core stuff. But the whole goal of AZ and Arma is it's a survival game. So all the raw components of how they interact. It's kind of like Minecraft for sadistic adults. So check that out. And then the third piece is really, and it comes back to the whole idea of cooperation. It wouldn't be a standalone game necessarily. This would really open itself up to open world where lots of people can try to set off together. And you'll get unusual dynamics when you get lots of people play together. Again, go see Arma. Just go to YouTube and just search worst Arma deaths. Just enjoy the carnage. But it's great.
Thank you.
So you were talking about competing with big companies like Activision, like they could easily make a game like this with a lot more budget. The thing about having a small team is that firstly you have the expertise, and secondly you have fast speed to market. So you don't have to go through all the paperwork and all the stuff. So yeah, that could be something to consider as well. If you take your idea, do the research, do it well. That's one way you can compete with big companies.
How startups can be playing.
We'd now like to award William and Product Rush with their certificates. We'd now like to welcome the next team.
All right, guys. The next team of 5, is the 3D Astromed team. Was kind of part of this team, but they'll be showing us what awesome things you can do with medical kits.
Give them a round of applause.
How good do you like right now? That was pretty candid. Yeah, that was switched on.
Yeah.
When I first read the yeah, Fallout and Mars. But then when we started putting out this is actually Fallout is close to and there are things that you need to pay for. So sometimes there are radiation storms. You know what? That'd be a great twist. You ever played Stalker? I do one time.
I haven't. I'll be honest. Disappointed.
First person survival.
I feel like you really gotta set yourself up for it. I don't have enough breaks for a good heart.
No, Stalker's old. Stalker, you sort of run on anything, and you have the one to do the same thing. Oh, wait, no. That was before we recently bought like yeah, it's going to work out. It's like, well, because I want to cover it. He doesn't explain it.
It's such a guy like mining Bitcoin.
Well, I told him, like, why don't you just go on to Bitcoin? Well, energy is free.
All right, guys, ready to start? So just take your seats, make yourself comfortable. Right, guys, sorry, can I call your attention? 3D Astromet's about to start. Put your hands together again. Woo!
As Yassine said, our project was to design 3D printed medical devices for use in space. So at the moment, this is kind of what a medical kit looks like that they bring up with them, and we've kind of repurposed the whole thing to try and combine as much as we can into one device, and hopefully that will save resources and space on the way up. Yeah, so that's it basically. We have basically combined the forceps, scalpel, and syringe needle into one device, and basically the plunger of the syringe has been replaced with the forceps, and you can kind of remove it as well. It's a modular device, and we had an animation originally, but it doesn't really work.
Yeah, no, the animation isn't working on this computer, unfortunately. But it just basically shows how it all fits together. So all the parts are modular, so they all come apart, and therefore allowing us to print parts with the 3D printer when we need them. And that saves resources, which we'll talk about later. But basically, and also we could have designed the packaging, redesigned the packaging as well, which we have done. So we will demonstrate this a bit later, but basically we made sort of an origami engineered type packaging, which can also be repurposed as a neck brace or leg brace or arm brace, which we will demonstrate later. So,
the biggest problem right now is that we don't want to waste too much space. At the moment, we're taking up heaps of kits of medical supplies that we might not even need because injuries, you don't know how much you're going to need. So hopefully our idea is that we can bring up maybe 1 or 2 full kits, and then on the way up, once we're up there, we just print them out as we need them. So things like all the metal parts of the devices, such as like the needles, the tips of the needles, and the scalpel blades, obviously those we'd rather not fit those out. So we will be bringing those up with us in the launch, and then as we need, we can print the handles and things like that. And the idea is that since they are plastic, we can hopefully recycle them after they've been infected. We can hopefully disinfect them, however they do now, which is often wet wipes, and then recycle them and hopefully put them through the proto again.
So the environmental considerations that make this design sustainable in our sense is that we want to power our 3D printer from solar power. As we are in space, we want to take any available power source, which is the sun in our case, to power our printer. Another environmental consideration that we have considered is the waste in terms of the heating process and the gases that come out of the heating process. So the waste in terms of the gases that is created by heating up the plastic. It forms and emits HCN, so hydrogen cyanide, and that is not necessarily a very dangerous chemical in the atmosphere, as they bind together and are actually formed and destroyed in interstellar clouds. So that is not an actual threat, it's more of a sustainable practice. Another issue is, another consideration that we've gone through and looked through is the heat. The heat, usually there are heat-associated accidents that we've researched, and based on the 3D printer, uses their process. Their heat is generated from 180 to 270 degrees, so that's actually secured in the small 3D printer, which is encased with shields and brackets to encase the hot end, so that prevents any future fire accidents. As my friend has said, the 3D parts have also going to be recycled. They're going to be sanitized with the wet wipes as the astronauts now use, and then will be used in a shredder and then followed by extrusion to remake any parts again, which is why it's another sustainable.
So the proposed future research that we need to do is mainly the improving the design of the box as well as the multi-tool to be more ergonomic and slimmer and more streamlined. So and with the box here, we need to research how to make it fit better for different people, because different people have different size, legs, arms, etc. We will also be looking to use a 3D scanner, camera scan to create a 3D model, which would then be used to be able to print off a proper brace or split, while the box is just temporary solution. We'd also be looking to print off 3D scalpels and things that aren't normally able to be printed off right now, but we'll be looking to do that in the future. And so that's a kind of idea of what the scanner would be. You just go around the arm or leg, but the video isn't working right now, I think. Is it?
Oh. So alternative technology, we found these by looking at our competitors. So what they considered is printing out, because like the main aim of this was to be able to produce things in space so we don't have to bring them up and so we don't have to have resupply missions. So they were saying, similarly to ours, that they could print the parts as they needed them. So print out the syringe barrels as they needed them and print out the handles for the scalpels and just have the metal and metallic elements at the space station. But unlike ours, theirs is in a way quite inefficient in using resources as they have to print things as they need them, but ours is like a multi-tool, like think of like a Stanley knife or something. So you can use, say, the syringe barrel. It can also be used as the handle for the scalpel and the handles for the forceps to like hold them and everything. So in that way, it's definitely more efficient. And another team has said that they would use materials from water bottles and repurpose them. But a disadvantage of this would be you don't have the water bottles to repurpose, which would be very useful in space, as you know, you're not going to have resupply missions. So if you keep using your water bottles that you use, and it's very unsanitary as well. So ours looks at using sanitary and desanitization things to clean everything and make sure everything is acceptable for hygiene and health and safety. So future and current improvements, or uses. So these can be used on Earth as well as in space. As they are a multi-tool, they are small and light, made of plastic, ABS plastic, which is the most common plastic used in 3D printers. It's very durable, so it can also be used in like emergency situations, like if you're in the bush. It's easy to carry. It would be easy to carry because it's, as you can see, like modular, so you can just fit everything, neatly fitted. And so it could also be used, repurposed, the base design for it, which we screw everything to, could be used for other things like multi-purpose screwdriver or stationery. So also this, we will demonstrate this now. We envision it to be used as like a neck brace or a leg brace. Obviously, future improvements would be to streamline it a bit more, make it a bit more fitted to like neck braces and what they usually are. So do you want to sort of demonstrate?
Yeah, sure. Can people there see it? Like, because I'm going to demonstrate here. All right. So our idea is, let's say, this is a first aid package, right? It's box shape, general net. Okay. Let's say, oh, someone broke your neck. Okay. You're in space. Like, what are you going to do? Like, start panicking. It's like, oh. What you do is actually can rip out half of it, so in two parts. So you can do twice. So what you do is essentially rip out this bit, fold it in like that, put it behind the person's neck, adjust it so your head is secure. And while that's happening, you can have a scanner scan you and have a 3D printed cast ready for you in a few hours, because that takes time. Whereas if your neck is unstable, it's really critical. So stuff like this, it doesn't waste space because it's a box already, essentially. And because just think of like a neck brace and stuff, or neck or like a leg brace. You can use it in the leg as well, your arm, wrist, etc. Like that takes space, and you not even know you're going to use it at all. So it's a dual purpose thing. So I guess. Yeah.
And being flat, they're easy to 3D print as well.
Yeah, so it's easy to replace as well. Box.
One thing I forgot to mention was that kind of thing can also be used in different aspects, like on Earth, instead of just in space. Like one good example I think would be camping. You just bring a small a med box with all the stuff that you need inside. And then in case something happens, you break your leg while you're hiking or something, you can just tear it apart and use it as a temporary solution while you go and get proper help.
Similarly, it can also be used in NASA space training on Earth. Participants who are actually training up to be in space can take them home, use them in their own homes. They can also be implemented in schools, high schools, primary schools, and really educate children not only with first aid and not only with NASA and the importance of it, but also really invest in innovative thinking. Really invest in children learning specific ways of manipulation at a younger age, a tender age, where they're more subject and more prone to learning different ways to invent, manipulate, and utilize small things to make and be used for larger resources.
Yep, so that concludes our presentation. I actually do have the movie to show how it all fits together. If you want to see it on my computer, unfortunately this one doesn't have Windows Media Player, but if you want to see it, I can get that up.
Any questions from the audience or judges?
You guys said that other teams have conceptualized similar things with 3D printing, and you did provide some justification on how your methodology is a bit more efficient than others. But from the innovation standpoint, if that idea is already out there, other teams have examined it, what is it that you're bringing to the table apart from just efficiency?
Well, their idea is to make individual scalpels, individual syringes, printing it out, or like using a drink bottle as like a syringe. The individual parts. Our innovation comes from the fact that it's all modular. So let's say, because if you go up to like that image there, let's say you use a syringe, right? It gets dirty, infected. So you can remove that bit out, that reprocess the tube, print out a new tube, put it back into that system. So yeah.
So that's
That's the animation, like the different parts. There's also a different version where you put an adapter in the front for a scalpel, so you can actually use it to hold the tube, has a bit of grip on it as well, and you can use it as a scalpel.
Of course, all the adapters will be modular as well, so you can use it for scalpel, use it for a needle, for the forceps as well.
And potentially, if you have like another medical emergency, you could just 3D print the parts you need, put it like 3D print a thread on them, and then they can put it deeper into the modular design as well.
So I love the idea. Let me be Debbie Downer for a second, but I'm going to say before this, keep working on it because it's a great idea. The challenge you have as soon as you cross into the realm of a medical device, and there are all types of entrepreneurial gymnastics, so you do not classify yourself as a medical device. You enter the realm of federal legislation and standards and testing. And being a 3D printed device that's making a medical device, I have no idea what's involved in doing that. But just realize the amount of testing and the market that you're trying to get into, you've already set yourself up for a high R&D cost and a high development cost. That doesn't mean don't do it, but it does mean realize that, yeah, that's a very sensitive area as soon as you say that.
Obviously, that is very true. I would have to agree with you, especially on Earth. But for this particular challenge, it's, let's say, you're on a month mission, like 9-month mission to Mars. The only feasible option will be to 3D print parts you need. Obviously, you have to be sanitary and stuff, but in terms of the challenge, the 3D printer aspect is that you can't rescue people like miles away.
See, I'm not an astronaut, but I could say if I was going to risk my life to go to Mars in a vessel that probably costs $3 billion or more, I don't want you to go cheap on the emergency saving paraphernalia. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to be saying, is this thing tested on lab animals? Yes, it is. Great. It's great for me. It's a hurdle you're going to have to cross, and it's a psychological hurdle that people are going to have to feel like what comes out of that printer is going to help save my life. And it's real. Don't let it dissuade you because it's a great idea, but you're going to have to address those hurdles and give up for that development side.
And just to extend on Lawrence's point, this is a really fantastic design, and modularizing it so you can like mix and match different tools to create different tools that you need and save space, etc. Do you even need a 3D printer?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Can you do it in some modular thing? That's easy to test.
Yeah, I understand that the project spec was to have a 3D printer involved, but this is really cool.
I guess that could definitely be a feature of this for scientific industry. I mean, for
Yeah. We hope like with the 3D printer, because then the idea was that we could bring up the cartridges, and then if we didn't have to use them for medical devices, we could use them for whatever we wanted, and that might include medical devices, like all the handles of the medical devices. So yeah, I mean, if we could make them out of metal, that would be great.
Being able to print them up in space would leave more like weight to bring other things as well. So that's what we're considering.
It's doable. I don't want to say that it's not doable. I think this is brilliant.
We definitely have not considered health and safety.
Yeah, it's doable, and I would think, and stick
Well,
to
we
it.
did, we did, but like we obviously didn't look into regulations.
Yeah,
We didn't-
stick to it, but the idea may be for you guys in terms of this whole development process, that early on, you need to get a lot of expertise in that regulation piece, and maybe what you're actually selling is a printer itself. So maybe this becomes a medical grade printer versus syringes.
I'm just curious, are the casts designed from 0G? Are they used for earth gravity or?
Right now, what we designed was just a basic shape to see how it would fit and how that would work. So far, we haven't really looked into much into the.
Because I'm thinking that especially for the spine, when you're on Earth, there's gravity, so you're lying on the ground. Once you put the cast on, they have to stay in a stable position. But in 0G, they'll be floating around. So you need to think about keeping the whole person stable. It can't just be a neck cast.
Yeah, so yesterday we were actually talking about it.
Yeah. Like, and also the line impression thing, because with origami, then, like, for example, with the one they had, that's why we're hoping in the future we could streamline it somehow, because at the moment it's got folds in it. So every fold is like a weak spot because there's going to be gaps between your neck and the thing. So that was, like, we're thinking, well, like, hopefully they could, strap themselves to a gurney or something.
Yeah.
Because at the point is, like, hopefully it's just a temporary solution, and the 3D printer will be hopefully, like, a better solution than a generic neck brace, because that's not made, it's made to fit everyone, which means it's not really going to fit that well necessarily, but one that's made for your neck specifically might fit better. It just means you have to wait like half an hour, for it.
Also, depends on space, you get stuff. So we were thinking of, yeah.
Also, just if it's going to be used on other planets, thinking if there's a higher gravity, will it hold against that gravity, gravitational pull? How strong? Also, what is the material that you're using?
It's ABS.
Is that strong enough?
Yeah, so it's very durable. Like it's very durable and
in those environments as well, because there's like different radiation, like different weather or different variables. I don't know.
I'm just going to make a huge assumption, but okay.
Yeah.
In terms of planets, we're not going to go to Jupiter on our atmosphere. So probably Earth will be the largest size planet, and it's probably the most gravitational planet in terms of habitable. So I'm saying gravity will be forcing it down, right? At most. 0G will probably be less force because not always it's not going to be down. And obviously at Titan and stuff, the gravity is going to be less than that. So yes, we do consider different environments, but again.
Also, like when you're in 0G, isn't it your bones separate? You're taller when you're in 0G expands, so I guess that could also be medical. Would it be something that keeps everything in the same place? I don't know. But yeah, I guess that's consideration. But that's really cool.
Yeah, I guess what place said. So the scanner thing, just like part of the box, you can scan it, checks your bone density and stuff.
Yeah,
and
that'd be cool feature. I guess it's kind of hard because it has to be tangible for different environments because it's the space on the planet and so on. But yeah.
Thank you.
With the box that would be turned into the cast, would you choose that there's anything in the box, or would it just be 3D printed when you?
On the box is the actual red kit. So there's the box, and you put all your metal bits like scalpels, gauze, and all the medical supplies in that as well.
So if you do disassemble it in, say, the bush or in deep space, wherever that is, how do you suppose that you'll carry all those scalpels and tools with you?
Again, for they're not really gonna have the scalpel. But also, the box is kind of like the last solution. Things like your template, like you got no other choice. You can use that because that's better than doing nothing. But yeah, we could always look into.
Obviously, the modular design will be like quite small as well. So hopefully you can fit it in your bag again, or your pocket. That's a good thing. We hope in space you'd have like bags and stuff like other computers if you needed it. Thank you for your well-delivered presentation. And award certificate to Melanie. To Jillian. Last but not least, Amy Wong, who has helped us tremendously with our marketing materials. We would now like to introduce the next team.
All right, guys. So the next team, which you'll be very excited for, Bodies in Space in Motion. They came all the way from Sydney. So they came all the way from Sydney to like amaze us with their awesomeness. Yeah, this is going to be exciting. I'm excited.
It's partially from Melbourne, partially from Sunshine Coast.
Oh yeah, so they're from all over the shop.
Nobody from Sydney.
But they flew with them. Yes. We need a bit of a clarification. Yeah. So let's be very excited because I've spoken about. But yeah, to get somebody.
Yeah.
No. Mine was fine, but we have 40 minutes.
Oh, you were grilled a little bit. Sorry, I wanted to be upset.
No, first one, no, first, but no,
There's two.
Last team got a grilling. Last team got a grilling. I like that. Whose webcam is it? Oh, did you? Yeah, just for this. Now you can webcam really good.
Yeah.
You can have a vlog now. A vlog. It's Rodney checking it out on Tuesday. Get rid of your written vlogs there. Everything can be a vlog now.
I don't have a vlog.
Oh, really?
You should have.
Up there's pretty good. Sorry? Up there's like a lot better.
So, hold on. Let's go.
Look at that screen, man. Wait, these because
That's set up though. That's set up. It's true. Hello, everybody. So we have three of us currently on stage. However, there's 5 of us in our team. So I'll just briefly introduce us. We have Chris McKenzie, okay, Kit McKenzie. I'm Victor Tarrant. We have Amanda Broder-Cavalcanti just over here. The 2 of us are from Opaque Multimedia, and Amanda's from the University of Sunshine Coast. And we also have 2 other Opaque Multimedia / Swinburne University students phoning in from Melbourne, helping us out with a little bit of asset work. And that's Norman Wang and Liam McGuire. Bodies in spacey motion is the challenge given to us by NASA to try and give the general public a feel for what the difference in gravity and air and surface composition of various planets are. So we know how we move on Earth, but the real question is, the first question for us was, what is the difference in gravity on Mars compared to Earth? So fairly easy data to acquire. It's 3.61 meters per second as opposed to our 9.81 on Earth. So it's more or less about a third of what we've got here. So, but those are just numbers. They don't really help us out. Another question that we had is, what is the atmosphere like on Pluto? So we picked a sort of representative sample of planets and bodies throughout the solar system, and we thought we'd have a look at Earth, Mars, and Pluto. Now, so another question that we had, we also were looking at what is the surface composition like, and we'll get to that later because unfortunately we didn't have as much time to implement that as we would have liked. Now, finally, so we want to give you guys an actual feeling about what it's like to be on different gravities. So how do we do that? Well, we could just, get you to jump up and down, tie a bunch of helium balloons on you and do it again, but I don't think we have enough helium in this building. So we thought, well, everyone likes being Iron Man, right? So why not just be Iron Man? So hypothetical future, we have the ability to have wrist-mounted rocket propulsion. Okay, let's just take that as given. That's our one fantasy element, and everything else is science-based. So we've taken NASA's science data for gravity from Pluto, Mars, and Earth. We've got aerial density information. We've got body mass density information, and we have body composition information. So we take all of that, and let's throw things together. So to be like Iron Man, and to make you feel what the different gravities are like, we wanted to give you, we wanted to actually have you act out the feeling of being Iron Man and then give you immediate feedback in a visual form to show you what it is, what the effect of the environment is having upon your rocket propulsion system. So we call ourselves Ferris Bueller's Day Off Earth. Ferris in this case is actually a woman named Anna. Fantastic, absolutely gorgeous. I'll show you a picture later. And yeah, so we thought we'd pull together all that abilities throughout our team and try to get you something based on the Kinect, based on Unreal Engine, and put our application on top of it. So I'll get Kit to talk a little bit about that tech stack because he's our tech guru.
All right, so we know we needed to move fairly fast. There's not a huge amount of time just over the weekend. So we decided, how can we get something up and running fairly quickly? We're very familiar with the Unreal Engine, and we know that using a blueprint system, we can get some of the features that we needed up and running very quickly. We wanted to be able to create an embodied experience, just kind of clicking a button and seeing something on screen is not quite as enthralling or immediately perceivable as being able to do it with your own body. It also works fairly well for the Bodies in Space Immersion Challenge to implement the Kinect as part of our tech stack. So we decided that's going to help us solve the problem of what they do with their bodies. And lastly, we've built in the jets, the particle systems. We've used the assets. We've built fake planets on top of these two systems. So it's a fairly simple architecture.
So I'll talk a little bit more in detail about the way that we've used Unreal Engine's inbuilt physics systems to provide us with a fairly accurate modeling. Now, under the hood, Unreal Engine uses what's called an iterative solver. So it's not real-world physics, but what it does do is provide us with a very fast, very close approximation. And the more time that we give the physics engine to do its work, the closer the approximation is to real life. So our scene for what we've set up is incredibly simple. Effectively, the only thing happening in physics is you being Iron Man. So we should be able to get as close to a real-life simulation system as you possibly can with commercial off-the-shelf hardware. Now, so Unreal Engine physics system, you can set gravity, you can set the material components in terms of both friction and restitution or bounciness of the surface. So you can say, for example, the average surface of Mars is similar in composition to sandstone, and then you can look at what sandstone is like in real life, and you can start modeling the reaction to your body landing on that in the game engine. And it's really quick, simple, and easy to do. So we've pulled a whole bunch of data that NASA's provided us, piped it through the language of Unreal, and we've got this basic physics simulation. Now, we've got impulse acting on from your hands, so you can thrust forward, you can thrust back, you can thrust all around you, just like Iron Man. Flying is simple, it's fun, and can be really quite tricky to get used to. So we often find people flying away into the sky and being unable to find the ground again. Now, one thing that we do need to note is that we are using actual Newtonian physics as provided by the Unreal Engine. So what this means is, if you start thrusting forward a lot, you will start shooting forward faster and faster and faster. And if you want to stop, you need to force yourself against your forward motion for roughly the same amount of time, given aerial density and drag for the different atmospheres. So this is the kind of action that you perform. That's a sample of the environment that we have in the background. We have a couple of little objects just so you can get a feel for what it's like to knock things about as well. And this is our astronaut, so Anna Ferris-Bueller. As you can see, we've got some nice little particle effects to indicate your rocket thrusting direction. So in this particular instance, Anna's trying to go backwards. Anna is a model that we have used for a previous project, so unfortunately it's not one that we developed today or yesterday. It can be incredibly complicated to set up a rig, so we thought we'd recycle as much as we possibly could and try to get things in the game so you can actually feel it today. And so what we actually have is, in a couple of slides, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to turn everyone in the room to face that direction over there, and we're going to run a couple of the judges through being Anna Ferris-Bueller.
Come on, Alex.
Alex, do you want to take a shot?
Oh, me? Okay.
We can do that.
I nominate Felix.
I did this morning to someone else.
Oh, no.
I haven't done it.
Me, you have to do a swimming right here.
Yeah.
Come on.
All right, please come join us. All right, so we got two screens set up. We got one screen set up so everyone else can watch what's going on. One screen set up for you so you can see what you're doing. Now we're just going to very quickly, I'll give you a quick tutorial. So if you keep your hands close to your chest, your thrusters are inactive. So we're going to start you off with your hands just here next to your shoulders or next to your chest. If you want to thrust upwards, you push down because your thrusters push down against the ground, and you'll slowly pick up speed. So currently the thrusters are on you, and it's up to you what to show what you want to do.
Okay. Okay.
So if you would like to fly, you're currently on Mars, push down against the ground.
Woo!
So now you
So
can
can I
choose.
change direction?
You can change direction, so you can lean forward, push your arms back, and you'll start going forward. Or if you want to go to the side, push both of your arms out to the side. Now what we're going to do is we're going to transport you magically to Pluto.
Oh, okay.
So you've gotten a bit of a feel of what the gravity is like on Mars. Let's show you what Pluto's like. So try taking off. As you can see, it's quite a large difference. Pluto's gravity is roughly 1/8 of that of Mars.
Bring it down.
You absolutely can. Stick your hands above your head and you'll get thrust back down to the ground. Easiest way to figure out where you are. And finally, we'll give you a quick feel of nice balance. Now, obviously, Pluto is a very hard planet. Its temperature never goes above -223 degrees Celsius. So we've obviously modeled that, and you've got a nice bounce to you when you land on the ground. Now, thankfully, you are Ferris-Bueller. You have the armor on your legs to not die, but you know.
That's good. I'm glad to know that.
Okay, and one final demonstration, we're going to provide you with Earth's gravity. So you can see what the difference is if you try to take off. It actually takes a fair amount of time if you want to get up into the air.
Does someone else want to try?
We're enjoying this.
All right. Okay.
There's a bit of a struggle.
I don't think it's up to me.
Take a small step back because it could just be the connect missing you. All right, and push down. Push a little bit back. Oh, here we go. First major glitch.
If I go like this, then we're gonna.
It appears that you have been mildly stuck into the ground. I'm sorry.
It's because my legs are broken.
All right, thank you very much. Would anyone else like to take a chance to fly around on Mars like Iron Man? Come on, at least one person wants to be Iron Man for a day. Or fly. Rodney.
I'll try to.
Oh yeah, Alex.
Okay.
Okay.
So just stand here, my arms out like this, rest up, and we're flying. Okay, and go down, and we're landing. Beautiful.
Nice simple flight. Yeah, thank you very much. All right, so that's our little prototype, and we obviously have a few features that we want to extend into. We were unable to model the different friction of the planets, although we did get the bounciness of the different surfaces. The friction was eluding us. We roughly another hour's work, and we think we might be able to get it in there. A couple of other things is aerial drag. We made a very loose approximation using just linear damping values. And so we're unable to get the true drag nature of your surface area and things like that. So we would look into examining the surface area of the astronaut model and figuring out the actual damping qualities of each atmosphere. And finally, is we actually want to get this involved with the Oculus. So you can look around and you can actually turn and fly around the environment and get a nice feel and potentially feel a little bit sick from all of the movement. But yeah, so those are future plans. Are there any questions?
Yes. So I was just wondering, with everything you did, real visual.
Yes.
So in this, what you had there, a little video when you were doing this and stuff.
Yes.
How can you add more of a touch sense to it? How can you add other features? If you've got the Oculus, or do you know whether, you know how you said you get confused with people that take off Oculus, they can sometimes feel fatigued, and then add an extra like dimension to it, you know. How do you feel, get that sort of
Absolutely. We've experimented with using both the Kinect and the Oculus before, and if we have time later on, I believe we're being asked to show a couple of small demos. You get this very real sense of where you are. There is some measure of development time required. It can take quite a while to get the little kinks out because it can feel floaty at first. But if you manage to get the feeling and the modeling and animation right, you get a very real sense of where you are in the world because your arms react and show where you are. So you can look around, you can look at your body, and you can see effectively what your body is doing in real life in the game. And unfortunately, due to the fact that we're going from real life into the Kinect, getting processed, and then pushing out to Oculus, there's roughly a 16 millisecond delay.
It's a little small delay.
There's a small delay, but it is with development time, we're able to cut that down as small as possible, and you get a real kinesthetic sense of what's going on. So that's another very big reason why we want the Oculus. Yes.
Is this designed just for the basic public to get like an educational value, like just for
Absolutely.
the public, or like schools? Or...
Look, it's twofold. One is it's fun. Who doesn't want to be Iron Man? And the other is you are learning while you're doing it. So one of the previous groups mentioned Kerbal Space Program. There is a very popular comic online called XKCD. And Randall Munro, the writer of XKCD, actually worked for NASA for some time. He didn't work as a physicist there. However, he was a researcher in certain areas. And he discovered after playing Kerbal Space Program, he knew more about orbital mechanics from 3 months of playing that game than he did from several years of working in NASA. So we truly believe in the educational qualities that you can natively have as part of a gaming experience.
So you mainly be learning about the environment of your planet, or like there, so the gravitational?
Absolutely. So you'd be learning about the environment. One final future goal is that once we've got the Oculus and you can look around and that kind of thing, we want to have a virtual reality user interface that pops in just like Tony Stark in the Iron Man movies. The idea is that with that interface, you can look at the ground and it can tell you the ground composition is made up of, this much copper, this much, different materials. And then you can look at the air, and as you're flying, it can say, receiving resistance of this much, current flight speed, blah. And so you can get a real, a lot of telemetry out of it, and you can provide them with those numbers. And because you're feeling the experience, those numbers can reinforce what you're feeling, and they can help you get a more conceptual understanding of what's going on.
So teaching the general public about the various challenges that can be had by astronauts, jumping around on the moon. There's always conspiracy theorists who think that you couldn't, that it looks like they're just running really fast and slowed down. You can teach the public the truth that when you move on the moon, you do have really large leaping steps because of the way that the gravity reacts to.
Just one question. What would it take to go from this, which is very clever and understand time constraints, to something used for kind of serious work? So if I wanted to know to use some of these other ideas, how to get payload into orbit or how to get a payload to the ground, and what would it take to apply it?
So we've actually done several projects around this kind of concept that we take some sort of mission tech, whether that's Connect, Oculus, both, and we deploy in an educational institution. It depends. We've done some in 2 months, and some of them take something like 8 months to a year. It really depends. Try to keep it quick iteration times. But,
so something that would be interesting, and like the thing you were talking about, if to some of the earlier questioning, if you could somehow say, this is a fuel mixture that I'm using, this is how much fuel I'm burning in just doing this. That would be very interesting and very low.
Absolutely.
Low effort.
And through that exact system is how the other program I spoke about, Kerbal Space Program, teaches the basics of what's called delta V, which is how much you can actually change your velocity over time. So if you expend fuel, you're able to leave into exit into orbit and all that sort of stuff. They teach it through very simple outputs. They teach it through your mass is currently this is your thrust, this is your speed. And people have actually built up entire wikis just by taking those numbers, plonking them into their own chart and saying, what does this line mean? And somebody from NASA turns around and said, that's called delta V. And so people have this ability to socially learn. And one of the great things about Unreal is that it has a lot of social integration plugins already inbuilt in the engine. So if we wanted to have, share a screenshot to Facebook, it would take us half a dozen lines of code, or more likely, we would just do it in about 4 blueprint nodes.
Can more than one user be operating on the same environment?
Yes. Now we are currently, for a different project entirely, working on multiple Connect integration for the same space. However, we have previously done multiple Connect integration for different spaces. So if you wanted to have one Connect facing this way and one Connect facing that way, and both people had their own screens or their own Oculuses, you could fly around the same world comfortably. It's very, very quick and easy to do in Unreal. And that's another reason we love the thing, is because it's just the iteration time is just all there.
What about person-to-person collisions?
Person-to-person collisions is automatically implemented due to the physics engine. However, if we did want to, put some sort of fighting element into the game, I think we'd have to do a lot more work than just collisions.
I think Rocketeering Gladiators on Mars.
I think Rocketeering Gladiators on Mars. Yes. Yeah, that's definitely a possible future extension. Right, any other questions? Yeah, sir.
Actually, what would be possible maybe have like a game where you go like multiple objectives, and then as you're flying, you kind of see around you.
Yeah, we have 2 such rooms that I am personally acquainted with. One in Monash University down in Melbourne. Another, the University of Sunshine Coast has a room called the Immerse Room, which is basically what you said. You walk into the room and there's just projector walls. So if you wanted to fly around the Marscape and just have it so you could look around in real life, you could do that. And it wouldn't be too difficult for us to set up a monitoring system to tell you where you're rotating. So instead of using the Oculus as a tracking data, it would be possible to set up alternatives.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Vikram.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now introduce the next team.
All right, guys. So the next team is going to be the MySky color team. All right, guys. Just do your attention again. Good. Yeah, so it's the Microstyle color beam, and it's a way to provide a qualitative indication of aerosol loading in the atmosphere by taking pictures of the sky. So let's see Microstyle color. Put your hands together.
So Belinda has travelled all the way from Adelaide after competing in last year's competition. So thanks to Belinda for especially making her way to Brisbane.
Okay, well, my apologies. My group, some people got a stomach bug and some people got colds and some people had to do assignments. Yeah. Can I control it? Or just... Sorry. Okay. So this is in an answer to my sky colour. And we thought up it was clear skies ahead. So we're looking for the clear sky. And it's everyday people using their mobile phone to take a picture of clear skies. So it's cloudless and it should be blue-ish. And it's to analyse what is actually in the atmosphere. And that is done by a comparison of your picture being taken to the NASA databases of pollution, which is graded by a blue scale and also pixel comparison. And I analysed it, why do we need this type of app? And I thought it was for air quality, because air is important for life on Earth, and NASA has analysed how much air is required by one person. And that also goes for all living creatures. And why do we need clean air? Because of extinction without clean air. And the pollution that NASA was analysing was aerosols, and the main pollution that is monitored from companies is the emission actually from plants, like operational plants such as BHP in South Australia and our mineral ore exploration. Though once it gets outside of the mechanical or operational plant, as in not a tree, as in a man-made industrial plant, then there's less monitoring. So this is what NASA was, my interpretation of what NASA was concentrating on. Once it's outside of the industry, what's it then doing in the atmosphere and how can that be monitored? And how can people, everyday citizens, be involved in that sort of monitoring? So citizen science was the core group that they were thinking to address. And everybody would be able to take photos and everybody would be able to submit them to the database for comparison. And then everybody would be able to have feedback as to what their air quality within their local area would be like. And this would go towards building up the databases, NASA's databases across the map as to where the quality of air was differentiating in pollution, aerosol pollution, and why that would be happening, whether it was just industry, whether it was actual people specifically doing what activity, whether it was industry as in commercial industry or whether it was just commercial or small business. And I presume also cars would be involved in that emission process as well. And this was the analysis as to towards what this application does. People take a picture and it's tracking the location, your locality, and then it's comparing it to similar other places. And that's the pixelation, which is the photo quality, how many pixels per square inch. The sky colouring, which was the gradients of different blues and their different colours that the different chemicals create within the atmosphere, the different layers. And this all goes back to the time of day, because the interference, the light interference with particles in the atmosphere determines the colour you see. And this varies also as to the location. And we address that in our, this is the core audience, and we addressed it by talking about the oxygen. So I went back here into, we needed oxygen and we needed money, so we thought crowdfunding for maybe a Facebook crowdfunding to fund the application, and maybe NASA can spin off as a general product if they wish. And summarising, when I was talking about the clear skies, we take a picture. So it's to demonstrate pollution, whether it is or isn't in that area. And the analysis of the person actually taking the photo, the NASA wanted quantitative and qualitative standards to be followed so that there was consistency across the data that the citizen science or such like people were collecting. And we analysed that it would be 45 degrees from the horizon to focus your camera on a clear blue sky that would be cloudless and with your back to the sun to minimise that interference towards your photo being taken out of front. And then the third picture was the comparison, whether it was red, I thought that was wrong, and then green, which was more bluish, as in the sky being clearer. And that's about it. Any questions?
Darren?
So with a lot of the specs work, it isn't restricted to phones. Like if you set up a camera, let's say outside a factory, just leave it there, hook up to the computer on the internet, run your app, and then just go, hey look, the factory is now doing something wrong with it, right?
Yep, that was my understanding. It's a digital camera device, not specifically the mobile camera, any digital cameraing device. So whether it was the handheld camera as a camera, which you can hook up to the computer, that's in the relay system, or whether it was your mobile phone, which was wirelessly connected to the internet, which was doing the same thing. And right or wrong, whether the company was doing right or wrong, firstly there would be their local admissions, the Environmental Protection Agency or such, from that level. And then the next level up would be what would the residue be in the atmosphere, which would be what the app would be actually capturing. So the different gradients. So after the emission at the site here, then what would be left in the atmosphere? That's what you would be recording on your camera, which would be analysed going back into comparison to the database pool as to what it was for that area and for other comparable areas, time of day, a similar longitude, latitude, location.
Do you do any of the image processing in your solution? Or are you just getting the data for someone else to process?
As far as I can understand the processing, there would be a local pixel comparison, though I'm unsure what the basis for NASA was, but I was under the understanding it was pixels, and it also was following a generic 5-color blue system. And I'm understanding that's the baseline. From there, you work out what the different chemicals, their colour reaction is in the atmosphere, and then that will determine what the pollution was. And as to what those colours, how much of each colour is in the atmosphere that you photographed, it will give you the percentage of what the pollution was. That's my understanding of the chain reaction.
Later, I'll talk about it, but there's a team from Melbourne who entered won a competition last year, and they use a technique where you take a photo of your eye and it looks at your eye color and it determines your blood hemoglobin level. And so what they've learned during that entire process is they thought that light plays a huge difference, etc. But it turns out plays almost no difference at all. But to compensate for it, you need lots and lots and lots of images from particular angles, because the differences between those images kind of cancel each other out. So it'd be interesting to know what the technique of processing it is, because some of these things that you say, like put you back to the sun, you may not have to actually do it.
Yeah.
You just might need more photographs.
Yeah,
So
true. I
10
would agree with
photographs
that
in
too.
60 seconds.
Yeah, I would agree.
I had a question. So I understand this is like just crowdsourcing data for central, so NASA to try and get more of a view on the world sky evolution and status of it. How would you get people interested in this? Because I imagine the photos would be quite bland, not particularly exciting.
Well, from my experience with the usage of citizen science, that seems to be a very attractive branding. And in South Australia, they've used it to successfully, the citizen science branding, to attract people to monitor what koala and what kangaroos are doing. So they're moving around. So I would presume a similar attractiveness if people are interested. In South Australia with our mining, people are very interested in the air quality, so they would be more apt to take up that kind of monitoring system within their area. As for a person who's interested in something else, I'm unsure. So if you had the tendency because it was your local problem, then you would take it up. But you've got to be interested in things if you want to get involved in them.
On that note, could you not just overlay it on Facebook or something and just let it, like you give it permission to say, sure, you can look through my Facebook photos and find a bit of cloud, use it for this or something like that.
Very good idea. Yeah.
Like you did separate from what we already do.
I agree. Yep. Integrate.
You're like thankful as Martin.
All right, the second to last presentation of the day, Team Sensor Yourself. They're presenting uses of sensors, I guess, in space and beyond. So, welcome, Team Sensor Yourself.
Oh, you're watching.
Hi guys, we are One Detection. I'm Corinne.
I'm Jeremy.
I'm Josh. And Harry sat here. So our challenge was to design a stream of sensor data that we can use to guide us in a hazardous environment, whether it's on a handheld device or a robot, which is quite a broad sort of question. So we had two options. You could narrow down and pick out a very specific subset of things, or we could try and make a more general solution. Being very ambitious, we did both. So we originally narrowed down, and we thought, well, what's the most elusive thing that we can try and detect? What's the hardest thing we can work on? And we said ghosts. Yeah. So our original design was to try and detect ghosts. We got ourselves an EMF sensor, we got ourselves a photodiode to detect light, we got ourselves a temperature sensor, as well as ultrasonic. After that, we thought, okay, we'll still need to, ghosts are exciting and all, but we need some sort of real world application, some sort of benefit to humanity. So we said, okay, well, what about some sort of general purpose sensing module that we can use low cost, some sort of low cost sensing board that we can deploy anywhere. And so we came up with Little Blue. Little Blue is Arduino based and has a little proto shield on the top. The app at the moment has ultrasonic sensor, EMF, a photodiode to detect light, as well as a temperature sensor for detecting fluctuations in temperature. So we designed Little Blue with flexibility in mind. We wanted both the software to be flexible as well as the hardware. So we want to be able to switch in sensors and as well as bring in new services. So we decided to integrate Little Blue with Bluemix by IBM. So this cloud platform lets us bring in services like Twilio to send text messages, integrations with Watson for artificial intelligence, as well as a panther of other options that we could bring in. So after we formed our solid plan, we decided to move to the cloud with IBM's Bluemix, and that's what I'll keep talking about.
Alright, so the hardware, this is what we started off with. Over a massive breadboard is an Arduino. those all the sensors that Josh had mentioned. So we brought it down to this, made it smaller, like you can put it in a box. Well, that's all we want to do essentially. Right now it can stream data through serial with Ruby, and it can go. Well, we haven't established a database yet, but it's going to go up to that. Yeah, and then.
You want to show the streaming the data?
At a given time, we're not actually going to show streaming data, but at the moment we can stream data straight off the device onto through serial to a computer. And ideally, we would also be able to stream that directly to through TCP or some other protocol to the cloud.
So when we got all this data, like, having data is great and all, but we need to do something with it. So what we're doing is we're going to push it. We push it to the cloud, push it to Bluemix, and so yeah, push it to Bluemix, and then we'll access it by an app on the phone, computer, or anything like that. The data is stored in Bluemix, and it leaves us with Bluemix leaves us with a lot of opportunity to expand, because we can bring in other services like tweeting, Facebook messaging, we can text, we can vibrate the phone, that sort of thing. And so this is the app, and so there's like 4 main things of it. So we'll go 4 times, one more. So first, we can change the sampling rate of the Arduino. And then the second one is, so there are 4 widgets, each with the current value, which is updated real time, and the graph, which is also updated real time. We can change the sampling rate, and we can change the axes on the graphs, like how much time has been like we view at one point. And every time, if you click on one, it gives you a more detailed breakdown. The graphs would be more detailed. Yeah. So that is it.
All right. Okay. So where can we use Little Blue? For example, NASA's going to have that Titan mission soon, where they plan to autonomously navigate the air and the ocean with a blimp and a boat. So how can we help? We can attach Little Blue like on the directly on the blimp, or we can make like a little robot that can follow it around, and it can detect. So it can detect dangers such as it's got wind gusts and obstacles. This will help us prevent damages, lower our costs. Like you don't want to destroy anything, just to help us stop destroying anything, and it'll also help the environment. Like you don't have what's the word for it? Debris everywhere on this planet that you can't go to clean up.
So as I was saying before, the system was designed with flexibility in mind. So we wanted easy integration to Twilio, to Bluemix, which can bring in all sorts of other services. But also we wanted it to be cross-platform. We wanted it to work on Android. We wanted it to work on Apple. We also wanted it to be a web app. So again, this is somewhere that Bluemix has given us a lot of flexibility to just create one web app which we can just use everywhere. So something I was curious about was when we started with Ghost, like, okay, we've got this, we can detect ghosts potentially now. We haven't found it yet. We're still looking. But what's the similarity between a ghost and a solar flare? And there's actually quite a lot. So things like EMF, things like increased light, increased temperature. So it turns out that this board, just in our development process with ourselves, we realized it is very flexible, that we can go from ghosts to solar flares and into interstellar missions. Also, we designed some lines so that the sensors, as I was saying, could be swapped out. And one possible other sensor would be infrared sensor. Again, when you're going through the stars and looking at suns and other planets, infrared is also a very good sensor to have.
Yeah, so our prototype was I think it's quite cheap, like you're just using Arduino. It's very easy to source these components. We got them from local electronics stores. This can be mass produced. You can reduce this design down. You can use surface mount components. You can use better microcontrollers to get more power. You can get better processing power too. And that's reasonably cheap too. It's probably cheaper than using Arduino, I think.
So our target market was, again, we wanted to be flexible. We wanted to appeal to everybody. Bigger organizations like NASA or any other space agencies, they could use this, as Kareem was saying, to deploy in the atmosphere during a Titan mission. They notice when big wind gusts are coming, so they can move their actual real biggest vessel out of the way. And so what we'll lose a few sensors, but we save the main $1 billion vessel. It's also think are going to be appeal to universities and researchers. So this can be deployed on Earth, terrestrially, in any sort of environment where researchers need information long-term about something. So it integrates to the cloud, all the data can be pushed up to the cloud, sit there to be archived or processed however we need. It's also, you might think it might be useful to governments in defense and security monitoring, wherever they please.
So the future plans of it. So at the moment, we just have, it's relatively small, but it can get a lot smaller. You can use surface mount controllers, surface mount components to make it a lot smaller. And that way you can fit it basically anywhere. So recently, UQ is currently working on the UQ is currently working on the scramjet, and so that from that they need to get lots and lots of information, lots and lots of data, so they can analyze it and that sort of thing. So if we use some of these, have it around the scramjet engine, in it, they might get burnt up, they might get destroyed, but all the data is already backed up in the cloud. So that is one way. And also currently, the only way to get data out of it is through a serial port, but it can easily be changed into Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, that sort of way. Yes, and it will be in a box, which you can make it waterproof and that sort of stuff.
And the beauty of being flexible is that the future plans are, that list is not limited. It could be given to people, they can bring in services from Lumen, bring in their own hardware, bring in their own sensors, and there's no limit to future plans that the public. So in summary, we've proposed Little Blue as our solution to the problem of the Sensor Yourself challenge, which was to design a stream of sensor data to navigate a hazardous environment. We didn't want to limit the environment, so we tried to make a general purpose, low cost module, sensor module. With that in mind, we also tried to make a ghost detector. We think this has applications in lots of areas, lots of fields, to be easily modified, changed up, and used. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Luke? When do you expect to find those?
No, I'm sure, actually.
On my walk to uni, I have to walk past the Dalton Park Cemetery. So I always in back of my mind, thinking about it. Better to know than not know. Yes.
So is it easy to use? Like, so I see sensors. Does it have to be pointed in a certain way, or does it have to be?
Yep.
Yeah. Does it have to? So if you want, so the solar flares, how would you use the device to get that data?
Yeah. Okay. So different sensors have different limitations on them. So, for example, sonic and in front of it. The EMF, which was saying opposing to the solar flares, it just detects ambient EMF. So at the moment, if it's close to the computer, it will pick up the computer. So it's going ambient. Again, it would depend on the use case you actually want to use it for, which sensors you would use where. But as far as the flexibility comes from the fact that you can plug and play different sensors.
So it'd be a good device for kids to get into to try and learn about all the different sensors and how they can be used in the for like a school environment. Is that what you prefer it to be used for?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. The Arduino is amazing for development for those sorts of things. Ideally, if we did come up with a big product, we wouldn't use the Arduino. They're too expensive and get more powerful chips.
Also with that, we have an app, so it's meant to be easy to use. Like you can read your values nice and clean. It shows you like the history of it, so you can see what you read like 30 seconds ago.
I don't actually have a question, but a friend who's watching the live stream on YouTube is asking a question for you guys. So you're famous now.
Yeah.
So the question is, how will you guys deal with high-intensity EMF, given that the antenna is electrically connected to the circuit?
We probably use an op amp as well, amplify it, and then you kind of, I think you'd have to detach it from the circuit essentially. I wouldn't want that connected straight onto the whole circuit, but I'm not exact. I don't know if my electrical knowledge is good enough to.
Mostly this is just a prototype, so it was made for real applications. that will be taken to mine and it will be isolated and measured that way.
So at the moment, this prototype, again, as I was saying, it picks up things like computer screens. So a real solar flare would, yeah. If a real solar flare went off, I think the EMF sensor itself might be the issue, but all the electronics generally would be trouble.
Thank you very much. We would like to... Thank you very much.
Oh, the next one.
Okay, now we have our final presentation. You see who introduced.
All right, last but not least, high places. Happy women. These guys have gone ahead and done like 3 projects at the same time. They even have spaces down. 4 projects at the same time. They're really go-getters. Give it up for all 4 pieces together.
Alright, hello everyone, good evening guys. Today we're gonna talk about friends in space. Well, the name itself looks so beautiful and so fascinating. Our main idea and theme of the project is to connect people on Earth to the people on space. That's the answer. So, but sorry for interruption. Before getting into more deeper, let me introduce my teammates to you all, my awesome teammates from the different orbits. Venus, Kellogg, Jan, the 2 other people are missing, Randall and Charlie, and myself, Harshan Rajakant Charlie. Well, coming back to the main point, so we were trying to develop a social network platform kind of thing so that we can connect the people on Earth to the people on space. That's astronauts. Right from my childhood, I always got this crazy thing in my mind. What do astronauts do by traveling so long kilometers right from the space? Since we don't have, I came from India. And the internet came at around 2000, in the year 2000 millennium, I guess, and we won't be having a source to find out what exactly is happening over there. So we used to, whatever the information we used to know, we used to get it from the books and all the things. So we don't have a proper source at that particular time, right, in my childhood. But as we grew on, the technology grows faster, and we got a lot of information. And later, when I met these crazy fellas who actually think same exactly like me, so we formed a team and we thought of, okay, let's do this project. And did I introduce one more awesome friend of ours? She's Samantha. You can even call her Sam if you want. She's an ESA astronaut. Before joining ESA, she was a fighter pilot for Italian Air Force Academy. Right now, she's in the space station in a mission from last December 2014 to May 2015. And she travels about 15 times per orbit. So please don't forget to say your hello to her when she's near your orbit. And in this project, we're gonna tell you what are the creative things we actually brought in and how we actually make you all connected to the people in the space. And believe me, it's going to be a really fantastic thing to know what exactly they do over there. I always got this thing in my mind. What do they do? How do they eat? How do they drink? And do they play cricket? Do they play tennis over there? I always got things in my mind. And the answer is, after this app, you will definitely get through that. And even she's the first woman. She actually socializes a lot through her Facebook and Twitter account, not outside. Okay, so she's the first woman to join Google Plus in 2011, and later after that, she became a user of Twitter accounts and all, where she regularly updates all her latest happenings through her Twitter account,
So we tried integrating our account with the Twitter as well and all the social networking sites as well, so that we can make you connected with her instantly. So, and the next things will be explained by Wins.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, as my friend said, the challenge is about how can we connect to people in the space. We need to say hi to them. But this is the current existing application about just saying hi to Samantha. There is a button that when she comes to your orbit, this is Sam and this is you in the map. And it shows that when it comes to your orbit, you can say hi to her. So what this application brings about is just about saying hi. It doesn't do anything else. It doesn't bring a feeling of being an astronaut and feeling of the connection with her. Also, you have other elements too, which you can see your orbits with her. You can see the other people who are online, which are completely irrelevant. I mean, they're not your friends, or you don't care, and you don't need to go to to their Twitters to see their updates. So it means that you will go out of this application. So what we were thinking about is just why we're just saying hi. Why cannot create a social network between people on Earth and people on space? So we can say hi, we can share stuff, we can be friends with them and do more stuff and bring lots of values. So we are talking about the values like having a social network. All these, the words in yellow are new concepts defined by our team. Having a social network and having a friend is we're going to talk about it in more details in few more slides, but having a friend is like that. In previous slide, you see that she just needs to come to your orbit to say hi. And trust me, I tried more than 1 week to contact her, and it was unsuccessful. I couldn't just say hi to her. So how about we bring friends who are in her orbit, and we contact her, contact your friends, and in that way we can contact her. So you have friends with mutual interest, and you can do stuff. You can share your photos and lots of stuff with her.
Well, you can meet all your crazy people over there, just like us.
And also, there is another way of communication, which we'll explain in a few more slides. You will achieve, it's not just one-way communication. The current app is just you say hi, and you don't know if anything is happening, or she doesn't have time to say hi to you back. So what can we do? We create another way of communication, if you say hi to her, you will achieve something, which is really good price. We will increase the engagement. So it means that when you're waiting for her, if you just keep waiting for 3 hours, you just go away. No one will come back. But we create an engagement. We created interesting content. We give you a profile and identity for the website, so you will come back and collect stuff, and you'll see before me. And you get some achievements. You will achieve something if you stay in the website. And if you say hi to Samantha, you will achieve lots of things. This is really good for education, because the content is really useful. You get the daily experiment of them. Lots of stuff. And it would be really good for schools to get involved and encourage children to come and learn, because it's a kind of game thing too. There are lots of data analysis in this. We include lots of data analysis, but for example, the tweets, because she's really active in the tweeting stuff. How about if she knows that lots of tweets comes from Australia, and she has lots of fans from Australia? So it may change. It makes a lot of difference.
She may probably throw all the Christmas gifts on Christmas time. If you're all Australians like her, please do like her. Yeah.
And also, we make it scalable. We make it, because Sam has a 6-month mission now, but we make it scalable. So if she comes back to Earth and someone else replaces it, you can choose the astronaut. It's not just the application won't dead. It's completely scalable. You can
Not
just
only for boys, girls as well. You can also say a guy after, hey, hi, hello, and all, send me some apples, something.
And also, this is my favorite one, which we bring something more. I mean, these are just different. Each astronaut, as we know, Sam supports the climate change. So why not support her? If you're following her, you can support her call. In which way? In a kind of game and really attractive way, which you will see if you reply.
Okay, so we're going to create a social network. That's pretty easy, right? Engagement with users. Show of hands, who uses Google Plus? Regularly? Not regularly. No, not regularly. Not who has an account. Who uses it? No one? So if the biggest online company in the world cannot get it right, it's not easy to create user engagement. We got a bunch of ideas, and then we started looking at the existing app to try to figure out how we could foster that, how we could foster creating user engagement. And I'm not going to pretend that we've solved all those problems. I think it's a really difficult problem to engage users. The ideas are good, but how you create a tactile experience online is a very difficult problem. I don't think anyone has it figured out. But I'm going to go through some of our ideas now that we had. We took a screenshot of the current app and we overlaid some ideas there. Before I go through these ideas, I just want to go back to the three key forms of engagement that we identified, or that we want to have the app produce. So the first is to create engagement between the astronaut in the space station, who is currently Sam, but she will be replaced by someone else, with the people on Earth. So that's from Earth to space. That's the one level. The second level is to create engagement between the people who are all on Earth interacting with each other. They could be kids in classrooms, university students, possibly even professionals who are providing services within the space industry. And the third level of engagement that is easy to forget are the people who are involved in hackathons like these, who are trying to add to these tools. The reason I mention the third one is because on this particular project, we couldn't directly interact with this website because it's written in a toolkit called Meteor.js, which none of us had any experience in. So we couldn't directly contribute code. I spent a couple hours yesterday going through the tutorial, and it was immediately clear to us that we would not be able to contribute code directly, unless it was CSS or something like that. That third level of engagement is really important because we could not get our ideas into the app in the 2 days that the hackathon was running on. I know we have 1 week to go, and that's good, and we will use it. But this problem feeds into something else that I'm going to address after I go through this. So the first idea that we had was, you can see there's a button there that says show live video, right? But that button is far away from where the position of the space station is. So one of our ideas was to enhance the user experience, is to move everything that has to do with what is currently happening on the space station close to the proximity of the object on the screen. So that button would either be live video if the functionality works. I couldn't get it to work, that live video up there. Ustream loads, but it buffers forever. Or show pre-recorded video clips, or whatever is the latest YouTube video on the space station. So when you load this up and you see the current position of the space station, you can click on that button and immediately get video of what's happening on space. Immediately, that would be much more engaging than the current application. We thought that we could play either here a live sound stream, if such a thing exists. I couldn't find it, but there are many, many resources on the NASA websites, multiple websites. I think there are more than 50 different groups and data sources. But we could play either live sound there or sound clips, the 5 most recent pre-recorded sound clips from the sound library. One of the challenges in the hackathon was to use sounds. I forget the name of the app, but we have it coming later. Can you hear me? Spacey sounds, that's right. So that sound library already has an API which we could use. And we could add more. We could add a tweet this position button. We could organize social media interaction icons around the position of the space station. You can see here, carefully tucked away in the corner, are your media icons. Facebook, Twitter, and Google+. That's too far away. Functionality with those social services should be more spread out in the site. And what we thought of was, in order to establish this website as a social platform in its own right, we would want to use those services in the form of creating backlinks back to this site. So things that could be shared here could be shared with the social platform here, so your friends that you make and with your profile on the site, but also echo back to these other social media services with backlinks that could bring you back to this site. Then, as a separate thing, is currently you don't really get access to users on these dots in the flyovers. It could be much more interesting to create friends and friend connections by being able to zoom in and examine people who are currently connected to the website and watching, and perhaps have a tweet history about topics related to the flyover, any activity, friend activity, or recently watched videos from the NASA archives that you could immediately go and watch as well if there's something that's trending. This was a mock-up of me, but you should be able to easily find friends. I'm not proposing that this is the final URL, but currently this doesn't exist. Everything in blue here is new. These were created in the image program. But some way of finding friends and being able to add them or send a message or communicate some way to develop this website as a platform. And this black rectangle here is completely new, and what it hides is the current functionality about sending Sam a message. And there's another button called Hello next to it. What Hello does is, my guess is what it does is it randomly finds someone else who is connected and sends tweets, you and them together. I don't really understand what it is.
It just increases the number of, I mean, actually it doesn't mean anything. It just, yeah.
Okay, so let's go with that.
Yeah.
And the button that says send a message to Sam, you get no feedback saying whether it worked, whether it failed, what happens to that message. We contacted the challenge owner for this challenge to ask about what the latency was between Sam tweeting something and it hitting Twitter servers, and what the latency would be of any messages going back to Sam. And the feedback was they're not really sure whether she gets any feedback back, or all of her communication goes through NASA anyway, and what is probable is that there is someone on the ground who receives messages from Sam and tweets on her behalf. So the idea of sending messages to Sam was something that we didn't feel comfortable about promoting because we're not sure the astronaut's going to get those messages. So we tried a different idea, which was to ring this bell when the space station is passing over your position. And what happens if you ring the bell? That's going to show on the next slide. Okay, but just go down quickly. Just very quick. Message, Sam is above you right now. Ring the bell to get a space greeting. One of the other challenges was the greeting. What was it called? Remember?
The happy moments.
Happy moments. Happy moments from space. So it was a greeting card, postcard app that you could customize and image from the NASA archives in some way. So our idea was to use that idea as a reward for ringing the bell when Sam is over your position. Now, before we go to the next slide, it's quite frustrating. Go back. It's quite frustrating to wait for Sam, as Venus told you earlier. One of the ways to increase user engagement was to befriend someone who is in the flight path, and then being allowed to obtain your space greeting by virtue of that connection. That's quite an interesting idea. And then we started thinking about gamification strategies for rewarding people for getting a certain number of friends, for getting friends in different continents. As part of a drive, it's an annual drive once a month. Who can get the most friends, top 10 users per country, and it can cascade down to classroom activities that I think would be quite savable to many science teachers. Okay, we can go to the next slide now. So this was a mock-up of what the greeting card could be like. We could fetch an image from the NASA archive, and we could customize it with the user's name, latitude and longitude of either the user or the space station, and a did you know factoid from NASA's many voluminous did you know facts. There are thousands of them. And this is a diagram illustrating that you could get the same greeting even if you're not currently in the position of the space station by befriending someone and then obtaining the greeting anyway via those means. So just while we're on this slide, to get back to that third level of engagement that I was talking about, which is to foster increased engagement in hackathons for people who don't have the skills in the particular framework or toolkit that was used to develop the web application.
we realized it would be a pretty good idea to have an intermediate tier between NASA's API and the final web framework, is to have an intermediate layer of an API which can value add the raw assets. So this would be an example of that. Imagine a microservice that I could create in any language. I could create it in Python, or I could create it in ASP.NET that provides a microservice HTTP API which you can provide on a GET request, name, latitude, longitude, and fact or date of time or whatever, and what you obtain back is the fully formed image rendered. It would be very easy to code that up in a platform of my choosing and advertise the API to whoever is maintaining the original website, and they can incorporate it under a button. We could get a lot more work done in hackathons like these by creating that intermediate tier of value-added API. Take the raw assets, add value to them, and then serve them on to the final application. Yeah, I think that's it.
All right, so coming back to the blog, this is a blog thing, one of the most my favorite thing, where you can get to know all her latest updates, tweets and all, whatever she shares, whatever she do, she gonna update it over here, and over here, you can find it over here, her picture and all, what she gonna do, and her posting videos, and as Kailash told you, we can also go through the live video and live audio visuals and all. And there are few gallery things over here, sound, videos, and even the data analysis that she told you, and even the history as what we are going through, what she went through in the last couple of weeks or couple of days, if someone missed out in the past few weeks and all. Yeah.
Before going here, I just wanted to add that we think it's a really good idea to have a blog for educational reasons. If this is the profile, the SAM's profile, as we said, that we want to give the people's identity. So in our social network, Sam and you both have identities and profiles, different profiles. So we find that lots of Samantha's videos are in YouTube, which you cannot gather them. I mean, it's a really good idea to have them in these social networks, so people don't go out and try to find them on the YouTube. So they can find them here. And also there are lots of soundtracks from the launching of the rocket and for her, which we think that it's relevant here. Also, all data analysis related to her, which is about all her tweets, locations that she tweets mostly. So I don't know, anything that could be related to her and her history. So these are her profiles. And I just wanted to mention here, maybe it's useful, that we also redesigned every element in the page, but unfortunately we couldn't mock it up in here, so it's gonna be useless for presentation. But we did all the redesigning stuff and make them different. That's why we couldn't have time to do the presentation. Also for this is the one I told you before about it's scalable, so you can choose an astronaut by clicking on, these are the available astronauts for now. By choosing them, you'll see the name and the support, their cost. So they will, for example, Sam supports the climate change. So we were thinking about maybe we can use it as a kind of gaming stuff. I know it's too small, sorry, but one of our ideas were like, maybe if you can shape the friends like stars, if you can connect to these people, it will shape one of those stars in the sky. So you all together make 20 cents for this cause. And at the end of the mission, which is 6 months later, for example, $120 will be donated by NASA to climate change. Or we can choose the sponsor too, but it means that people can contribute and can contribute for the good cause. And also we are thinking about collecting collecting images and postcards. If you have postcards from all continents, you'll get a reward, and you'll donate money to these cause.
Since we are integrating this with even schools and all, even the kids can able to get to know these kind of things when it got included in their classroom learning. So when they see these kind of things, the awareness will be much more better, and it will be like a better futuristic things and all.
Yeah, and the last slide, just want to mention that we use the microsite services. I mean, we are going. I mean, it's not finished yet. So as you said, that it's good for next hackathons, and everyone can choose their own language and just plug it and use it. And these presentations will cover these 3 challenges.
So we are trying to integrate our concept with these concepts as well, so that we can make it much more a better built product for the future. So
any questions?
These are the crazy steps. Yeah.
No question?
Wonderful. We'd like to award the team with their certificate. So, Achan Raj. Thank you so much. Young. In the other room, and we'll come back within 5 minutes.
Really sorry. I was meant to mention that's okay. Some interesting things happening. Does ours have a camera? When the camera's out of battery, and we want to. I could. Next year. Brisbane, like yeah. So here it is. No idea. Until he went to hospital. One of the communities went to hospital, they went up. And they still ended up coming up with I want to use it every day.
It just feels good. You know what? So one on each material. So I feel like if we had one on each other. Just take one of those on each arm. So as soon as you get something, this was a very good surprise presentation. Absolutely never
metal with air inside it or some other material.
Maybe something like this. I'll take that. And either Ross or Nom just picking this up, so we can leave all that kit in there, and that can be dropped off at the office. I don't want to look things down. Yes? Yeah, apparently could just go like that. I'll take all these awards. I'd like everybody to get one. Seriously. I get paid for you actually not even. So on the bench, we have
the code. Sign up.
It's still learning that.
I'll just download it right now. Yeah, I'm assuming not only. Yeah, good.
Assume this basically,
Hi, mate. So, my friend who was the mentor, he wants to invite to a housewarming event at his company.
Oh, yeah?
So he asked me to give you his name.